up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. There's my man. Oh, can't hear you. I think Chip's having some technical difficulties early on. BK is going to get him
How about that? Should I have my mic in front of my mouth? Would that be good?
Yeah, that helps a little bit.
Would that help? Okay, then in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we are happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay on a wild and woolly Wednesday. We got SEC Media Days rolling on here in Atlanta from the College Football Hall of Fame. And Brent Venables, hot seat, just opened his Q&A on the main stage here. And Zay, first of all, how you doing? And second of all, what's your take on Brent Venables?
I'm doing good, man. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Feeling good, feeling great. Day 3 SEC Media Days. It's been fun these last 2 days, watching all these teams come in and out and talk about how excited they are for this upcoming college football season. But yeah, Brent Venables, man, a guy that looks like the villain of some Marvel superhero movie. Like, he just has a weird look about him, but
that is so true.
Yeah, it just weird look. Very, very interesting look, but I think he's a very brilliant defensive mind. Think he might, keyword might, have his guy this year for his offense, and John Mateer. You know me, I'm not as high on John Mateer as a lot of other folks are. I need to see a little bit of proof, but yeah, Brent Venables, that seat's a little warm. Them folks in Norman, they could get a little antsy, and last year wasn't acceptable for their standards. You get blown out by your rival in Texas. So, yeah, Brent Venables is coming into this season with a lot on his plate, and we'll see what happens. How you doing, my guy?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm higher on John Mateer than you are, and that's okay. I'm a buyer. I think this kid is, I've said it before, I think he's Sam Leavitt. And that guy gave Texas problems. Now, Sam Leavitt had Cam Scattaboo. He had, he didn't have Jordan Tyson, their wide receiver, but he had Cam Scattaboo. Cam Scattaboo was a legit problem for a lot of teams last year. I don't know that Jaden Ott, the Cal transfer running back who's, coming in to save the day in Norman, if he can do it all himself. So I think they've upgraded. I think they've upgraded at the receiver position. Not sold on the offensive line. I think their defense is going to be legit. And that's going to make the Red River Shootout a wild one. Because even go back to last year's Red River Shootout, Zay. Silas Bolden had the play of the game. Remember, Quintravian Wisner fumbles. The ball rolls into the end zone. Danny Stutzman's bearing down on it. But Silas Bolden ran 55 yards on that play, gets on the ball first, recovers it for a touchdown. It puts Texas up 14-3, and it was the deciding play of the game. If Oklahoma gets the ball, it's also in the second quarter. Like, not much was going on until then. And then the Texas defense imposed its will, and Texas pulled away. But that Oklahoma defense was pretty good last year. I think it's going to be pretty good again this year.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to replace, as much as we like to hate on them and clown on them a little bit, Danny Stutzman. Like, Danny Stutzman was a hell of a player. He was kind of the heart and soul of that defense for these last few years. So not having him, that will be a little setback. But again, this is Oklahoma. Again, Brent Venables is a solid defensive coach. So he can figure some things out to make this defense, even though they were good last year, solid this season. We talked about Peyton Bowman and Kip Lewis and Dominic Williams, just to name a few. And they're probably pissed off for how last season ended and getting a lot of heat from that also. So, yeah, I expect OU to be a lot better. I could see them 8-4, possibly 9-3, depends. But I also see a 7-5 and 6-6 season. And I see my man Joe K asked if Oklahoma beats Texas and gets to a bowl game, is that enough for Venables to keep his job? I don't think so. I mean, I guess it depends. Like, if you beat Texas and go 6-6, then how good was your season as a whole? If you beat Texas and you go 7-5, what does that mean for your ball club? I think Brent Venables, if he doesn't win 8 games this year, then you could see 2025 being his last year in Norman. But who knows? Maybe they believe in him a little bit more. We know, who was it there? Who left OU? One of the higher up guys that just left recently.
The athletic director.
Yeah. Just up and dip. So that's not good for Brent Venables.
That's not good. All right, enough
good.
about the Sooners. Let's get into the Texas Longhorns and their appearance at SEC Media Days yesterday. We did the morning show yesterday, so we did not get a chance to give our opinions and takes on what we saw and heard from Steve Sarkisian, quarterback Arch Manning, Anthony Hill, and Michael Taft. And Zay, I'll start with you, and feel free to ask me questions to try to cull all the information out of my brain, because it's all up there, probably not as well organized as it should be. But give me your take on, any takeaways or things that stood out to you from what you heard from the Longhorns at SEC Media Days.
Well, first of all, I got to give a shout out to Michael Taft, because there's a reason why he's a fan favorite. His heart is always in the right place. And for him to wear that tie of the kids and the counselors and everyone who lost their life at Camp Mystic a couple of weeks ago, that just shows the type of guy Mookie Taft is. And he made it known to folks that covering SEC Media Days that probably have heard of what's happened in Central Texas these last few weeks, but don't really know, you know what I'm saying? And for Mookie Taft to do that, like, he'll always be great in my book. And that was even before we saw what he was wearing yesterday. But again, it just shows the type of class and the character that he has. But when it comes to just talking about football, Steve Sarkisian, man, like the way that he spoke about the defense and talked about just how this might be the deepest defense he's ever had here at Texas. And like, dude, you realize you had the Thorpe Award winner last year? Like, you realize Andrew Makubo was a pretty high pick in this year's draft. Like, Vernon Broughton wasn't no scrub. Alfred Collins, Barron Sorrell, all those guys that played a huge part of why Pete Bukowski's defense was second this last year. To say that this group here in 2025 is deeper, it says a lot, and it makes me really excited to see what this defense is made of. But yeah, man, loved Arch Manning, love the way that he carries himself, just the aura in Arch, man. He's just cool with it. He's just, his hand in his pockets, he's cracking jokes, the answers were short, but they were sweet. Like, that's what grandfather told him. That's what he said yesterday. Grandpa gave him game on. Just keep the answers short and sweet and move on. And I thought he did that very well. But Anthony Hill, he's so wired. Like, Anthony Hill looks like he's ready to play right damn now. Like, he just has like a giddiness and excitement to him where it's like, dude, you're different. You're a special specimen of a human being. And that's why he's going to be So, highly sought after once the season's over and the NFL draft and all the scouts. So, yeah, I was very pleased with how the University of Texas represented themselves at SEC Media Day yesterday.
Well,
if you're a Texas fan, it gets you excited.
Let me jump in on Michael Taft, because that dude, I cannot say enough about just watching how his brain works. And he is so thoughtful. He should run for office one day, because he's the kind of guy we need in office, a guy who's going to stand for things and try to do the right thing. But hopefully for his sake, he just goes and makes a lot of money at whatever he does, or finds happiness. Okay, I should say that. Money does not equate to happiness. And for his sake, I hope he gets to live out all of his dreams, because he's genuinely a good guy to the core. Like, if Michael Taft ever got into a bad situation, I would be stunned beyond belief. Him wearing that tie, and he got the monogram shop to do it on short notice. They did it for free once they heard what he was doing. And to put all the initials of all the campers who died, the counselors who died, the director who died on that tie, and then speak so eloquently about it. Steve Sarkisian said, nothing Michael Taft does surprises me, because that's how good of a person he is. And then, Zay, it's still cool when you're talking to Michael Taft to hear how he's still trying to prove himself.
Right.
And he talked about his freshman year, going up to Bijan Robinson and saying, man, you're going to win the Doak Walker Award this year. You got this. You're amazing. And Bijan said, you need to be talking about winning the Thorpe Award. And he's like, I'm a walk-on. I'm a freshman walk-on. He goes, yeah, but the way you work, you have everyone's respect. You need to be thinking about winning the Thorpe Award. And he said it changed his whole mindset from a confidence standpoint. And he's super grateful to Bijan Robinson for saying that to him. And then as a sophomore, Roshan Johnson said, keep talking, keep leading. And Taft was like, yeah, but I'm a walk-on. And Roshan said, it doesn't matter, dude. You work the way you work. You do it. You keep talking, keep leading. And now here he is. He's an All-American. He's one of the tips of the spear on that defense that you were just talking about. And Anthony Hill said when Taft was trying to decide if he was going to, leave Texas and graduate with his buddies or come back for a fifth year, Anthony Hill said, we needed to get Taft back, and made it clear to Taft, hey, man, we want you back. We need you back. And Taft still gets touched by that stuff, because he said, you have to understand, like, when you're a walk-on, you have to be extraordinary to get people's attention, to get the coach's attention, to get your teammates' attention. And he said, I'm still working on that today. Mm-hmm. And it's so cool that he's transparent. He's honest about it. He mentioned that last year where, he said, I wasn't tackling the way I should. And then he said, I got to tackle like an All-American. I got to put my body on the line. And he did it. And I think he's one of the absolute coolest stories in all of college football, not because he wore the tie, but in part because he wore the tie, because he's thoughtful and considerate. And he realized, I'm going to a huge stage, a huge platform, ESPN's running it nonstop on SEC Network. I'm going to use this opportunity to draw attention to those campers, those counselors at Camp Mystic who were ambushed in the middle of the night by raging floodwaters and tried to, fight for their lives. And so I'm really glad you brought him up, Zay, because he's not just a local 512 kid who's kind of gone against all odds. He's so much more than a football player.
Mm-hmm.
He is the real deal. And so it's like Arch Manning was talking about the inspiration he draws from Michael Taft. He's like, I'm a 5-star. I've had everything. I had everyone after me, all the offers, the red carpet. And he's like, I look over at Taft, and Taft's sending me messages like, what are your goals for this season? Send me your goals. And Manning's like, oh, and now you've got Michael Taft, the walk-on, leading Arch Manning, the 5-star, and they're boys. We know they were on, Taft was his official visit host, and there were some cool stories about that. Taft said that he came for his visit. It was during spring football, and there was a scrimmage the next day. And Taft, it was Friday night. Taft was like really all about that scrimmage because this is back in 2022, spring of 2022. And Taft wasn't anything at that time. He was trying to climb the ranks. So he's like, I just wanted to go recover, go to bed. And he's like, okay, Arch. He's like, but I know this is the most important guy in recruiting, and I'm the host. I got to do whatever he wants. So he's like, hey, whatever you want to do. You want to go to Matt's? You want to go downtown? We'll do it up, man. And Arch is like, well, you got a scrimmage tomorrow. Why don't we go sit in the cold tub and put on the compression boots? And you can show me the recovery, and you can show me the weight room, and do whatever you do to get ready for a big practice. And Taft was like, are you kidding me? Like, I love this guy. He is about ball. He's about being thoughtful and considerate. So there's a special thing going on. It's not as special as Taft, Makuba, and Jade Barron from their time training together in Austin in high school. But there is a super cool thing going on between Taft and Manning. And I know I'm going on and on and on, but I got to tell you one more story. So Taft said that he finally got to meet Colt McCoy.
What?
And yeah, or they bumped into each other like late last season.
Okay.
And Colt goes, he's like, hey, how's it feel to see all those 16 jerseys in the stadium and know that the only ones for you are your friends and family? And he was just busting his balls, But Taft was like, man, I idolize Colt McCoy, and that's the first thing he says to me. He's like, but it's awesome, and so good for Colt. He's still got it, throwing the old zingers out there. But these guys are tight, man, and that stuff's gonna matter in leadership, in tight moments, in adversity. You got to have those dudes that'll stand up. And right now, Arch Manning is taking his cues from Michael Taft from a leadership standpoint. Because, hey, you heard yesterday that Sarkisian said sometimes we have to muzzle Michael Taft in practice because he does all the communicating. We need to make sure the other guys can communicate. Mm-hmm. So they'll say, Taft, you can't talk today. We got to hear it from Jelani and Jalen Gilbo and Derek Williams and all the others. So Taft is a special dude.
Yeah, he's like another coach on the field, and he's just a beautiful person. His heart's always in the right place. I remember when people were talking crazy, God bless his soul, on Jake Ellinger, and Taft during the season came to bat for his former friend and teammate. It was like, yo, y'all need to stop all this.
Yeah, at A&M.
At A&M, yeah. And he was like, y'all don't try to drag one of my best friends through the mud. Like, he was an amazing person. Like, let's not do that. So no matter what's going on, he understands what's really important in life. And you got to marvel that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you want. Like, when you think of culture at the University of Texas, Mookie Taft should be one of the first individuals that comes to mind. And that's what I've noticed these last few years. Like you mentioned, Bijan Robinson. Not too many people have as good of heart as Bijan Robinson. And for Bijan to say that to Mookie Taft, he didn't have to say that. You're Bijan. You the man. Your first round pick, Atlanta Falcons, Pro Bowler, Doak Walker Award winner. You don't tell him to walk on. Yo, you need to be going for the Thorpe, dog. That, as you said, changed Mookie Taft's life just like that. And there's a plethora of guys that are cut from that same cloth. When you hear Ant Hill talk, when you hear Arch talk, all these guys are they're good people. And I got to salute Sark and this coaching staff for not only getting players that could go out and produce, but guys that off the field, you don't have to worry about because they're holding each other accountable and they're doing the right thing. So, yeah, I'm very excited about this team. Obviously, it was huge getting Tyler Atkinson yesterday. We talked about that in the morning show. They also got Georgia Flip and James Johnson from Miami, Florida. So,
and we're going to have Hank South on to talk about it here any minute.
Okay, cool. Because I told y'all, man, y'all owe Sark an apology. I said that yesterday. If Tyler Atkinson commits, all the haters that I saw these last few weeks, there's a serious problem going on with the 2026 recruiting cycle. There's a disconnect. What the hell's wrong with this thing? Chill, slow your roll.
Let's bring on Hank South right now. Hank South, MVP, managing editor, Horns 24/7, recruiting guru. Well, he does it all. Hank, how you doing, man? What a day yesterday.
Yeah, it was wild. I'm doing good. How are y'all?
Good.
We are hanging in there. But we were talking about Tyler Atkinson. We've been talking about him for weeks, and he was the guy I was most excited about because of what Derek Johnson told me about this kid, that he's got a football IQ well beyond his years. When Derek Johnson was giving him drills, he would give to college and guys who were getting ready for the draft.
Yeah.
That he would give to a pro player. Tyler Atkinson was, getting it like that, and he was having to move on to the next drill.
Yeah.
Hey, give us the skinny on everything that went down yesterday.
Yeah. It was a long process for Texas. They've the thought on Tyler Atkinson for the longest time was he was going to end up at Georgia. That he's from Loganville, Georgia, Gwinnett County. They try to keep those guys home. They wanted him to play for Georgia, or Georgia wanted, obviously. Texas has been quietly chugging along with him for a while. It's not like this new found push they made to get him. They've had him on campus, I guess. I know he visited for the Georgia game last fall, and I think he was in town one other time prior to that. And then, of course, in June, we saw him that last official visitors weekend decide to come to Texas when the thought was he was going to go up to Ohio State and check them out. But he's out of Texas. So at that point, you kind of turn your head a little bit like, oh, okay. They're still actively involved here. At that point, it was kind of Xavier Griffin, Braden Rouse, some of the other guys we were talking about, maybe a little bit more with Atkinson. And then once he, got back on campus, then it was like, okay, we need to pay attention. So he took that visit. We learned that, he had been spending a lot of time in Austin. I know your story with with Derek Johnson was great. He worked out with him a little bit in Austin. And so he was becoming more and more familiar with the city, with the university, took the official visit, and then took a few weeks off just to kind of collect himself and look back over all the other visits, and decided to, announce his commitment this week. And, Texas was able to come in there. They had missed on Braden Rouse, a kid they really wanted as well from Georgia, linebacker. Missed on Xavier Griffin, another linebacker from Georgia they wanted. And so, you don't want to say it was Atkinson or bust, but it was like, okay, let's, we need a game-changing linebacker in this class. And he was still there for the taking. So, they got it done. They, even up until, Sunday, Monday, I think there was still the belief on the Georgia side that he was going to end up in Athens. They weren't going to let him get away. And then, Texas came in and got the deal done. So, huge get. Obviously, a class you need linebackers in. Tyler Atkinson, we have him ranked as the number 2 linebacker in the country. I think the composite has him as the number 1, 5-star recruit unanimously. And just, like you said, the football IQ off the charts. He's been playing football since he was 4 years old. I talked to his coach at one of his coaches at Grayson High School, Joe Stukowski, who we talked to last summer about Nick Brooks. He does all their sports science, and he's an assistant coach on the football team as well, but knows all kind of the metrics, all the height, weight, all that, the measurables, all that. So he's a really good, person to talk to and to kind of get to know what makes them special. And I mean, he couldn't say enough good things about Tyler Atkinson. He said, he got there 3 years ago to Grayson, and at that point Tyler Atkinson was already a big name on the recruiting scene. He's been a one of those kids that they knew about him in middle school. Like he was a special player, so he was thinking, okay, got this 5-star kid. I'm probably not even going to need to really coach him much. But he said he's just like a sponge. He said he wants to be coached. He wants to get better. He said actually Atkinson had a lot of he said movement deficiencies when he first got there. And they were able to shape those things up and get him on the right track. And he wants to be coached. He wants to learn as much as he can. So he said he's a great teammate. He actually told me he has a deal with Adidas. In this NIL era, he's an Adidas athlete, which I thought was interesting because he had 4 Nike schools as his finalists. You would think maybe Adidas would get a little love there with one of the schools, but picked Texas. He said he got all of his teammates Adidas cleats last year. He likes to give back to everybody. He does youth camps. He does all sorts of stuff. So I think he's going to be a really good ambassador for Texas, not just, off the field, especially in Austin. Sounds like he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's got a good family around him that he can fall back on. So, in terms of the player, 5-star linebacker, a kid. And, Sark mentioned this yesterday. I thought it was interesting about how they try to recruit versatile linebackers that can play off the ball, on the ball, that can move around, and they can kind of interchange. And I think that's what Tyler Atkinson is. His coach actually told me a story. So early on in his high school career, he was ranked as an edge rusher. I think he was the number 1 edge rusher in the country, and that's where everything was. And so coaches would come in to recruit him. Their pitch would be like, "Oh man, we're going to have you. You're a great edge. We're going to have you coming off the edge, attacking the quarterback." But if you didn't actually watch his film, his only film was middle linebacker. So he was kind of taking notes of like who was actually watching his film and, keeping an eye on him coming up. Not that, he was faulting, but he could tell like which schools were actually like looking at the film, evaluating him, and not just looking at the stars next to his name. And so that was a big part of the, recruiting process for him as well. But I mean, he can play edge. He can rush the quarterback. He can drop back, play in coverage. He can blitz. I think he's just an all around new age, linebacker that you look for these days. So huge get. It was what Texas needed. And then, obviously we saw later in the day, James Johnson joined in on the fun and flipped from Georgia to Texas as well.
Yeah. And James Johnson, kid out of Miami, Northwestern High School. That's a tough place to go in and win, unless you've got ties in that area. So kudos to Texas for pulling that off, and kudos to Kenny Baker, who led that recruitment. Hank, all this went down on SEC Media Days when Texas and Georgia were both on the stage. That wasn't a coincidence, or was it?
I don't know. I was going to ask y'all. I mean, I've seen all the Twitter conspiracy theories. Did Sark plan that to happen to get at Georgia, but I don't know. I mean, do y'all think that was? I don't know if that was planned or not to happen simultaneously.
I mean, we'll have to pour some truth serum into Tyler Atkinson and James Johnson to find out, I guess, because Texas is going to be like, no.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was crazy how it turned. There were some great tweets about it, for sure. But no, I mean, James Johnson. I mean, it's wild too. What, maybe 2.5 weeks since he committed to Georgia that he decided to flip, and there were. And of course, we we say it all the time. It's like, it's not over till it's over, but it truly isn't. Like, if this is an example of that more than anything, we had an interview with him over the weekend saying, yeah, he was still open. He committed to Georgia, but Miami, Texas, Florida, they were still talking to him. He was going to take some visits. He didn't sound very committed to Georgia, just this past weekend. And yeah, they were able to get it done. And like, I'm going to sit here and say it, as a Texas commit, it's probably not over. He's probably going to, have people nervous come November and December, when he's probably going to take a sneak visit to Florida, or, he's down in Miami. Miami is going to do everything they can to try to keep him home. So, it is what it is. That's recruiting nowadays, but you'd rather have him in your class than not have him in your class. And, James Johnson, I mean, he's as good as any. I know some sites have him as the number 1 defensive lineman in the country. 24/7, I think, has him in the top 9, I think. Defensive, he's top 100 overall, but
right, number 7.
A little bit lower on 24/7's rankings, but still considered an elite recruit with high ceiling. He's a little bit smaller, not smaller, but he's going to need to put on some weight in a college program.
285.
285. I think you'll see him play 300 plus once he gets to Texas. If he gets to Texas, let's be fair. But yeah, I mean, this defensive line class they're building is nasty. I mean, they started off hot in the summer with Corey Wells from Mississippi, Dylan Berryman from Louisiana. They're going to each state. Corey Wells, Mississippi, Dylan Berryman, Louisiana, Vodney Cleveland, Alabama, and now James Johnson down in Florida. So yeah, I mean, they've really attacked this class, coming off a really strong class last year that they attacked out of state on. Got some guys in the portal as well. So, I mean, that's where you win these games in the SEC. And I mean, that's as good a defensive line class as any in the country, looking at it as it stands for Kenny Baker.
Go ahead, Zay.
Hank, yeah, let's rewind back to Tyler Atkinson a little bit. Which coach or player, I mean, we know Derek Johnson was involved in the recruiting process, but who was in the driver's seat coaching wise?
Yeah.
I think it was a huge get for Johnny Nansen, who some think isn't the biggest recruiter out there. Like, this is Johnny Nansen's first really, really big get.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that a little bit for us.
Yeah, it's huge. And, I think I wrote back in May, Tyler's dad reached out to me and said that Nansen stopped by Grayson and they had a really good meeting with Tyler. And, the plan was to take a visit to Texas in June. And so, he was kind of doing the thing where, he was doing his visits on a weekly thing. Like, he would set them up. Like, some guys didn't announce where they were going until the week of, or, visit plans changed. So, but after that, we didn't see a visit set up. Like I said, that June 20th weekend, I think I'm pretty, from what I remember, I think Ohio State was tentatively expecting him to come up to Columbus, and he decided to go over to Texas instead. Obviously with the connections there he had. But so yeah, Johnny Nansen, I think, played a vital role there. I think PK played a big role. Alan Clark, we have him as the secondary recruiter. I think he played, pretty sizable role in
LA.
Yeah, in connecting with him. And, you got to give props to Tashard Choice. I think he had a big Georgia, obviously he's the running back, was former running backs coach, but a big Georgia connection there, obviously, with his ties to the Peach State. I think he played a role in kind of getting Texas in the door. And then those guys, obviously were able to get it done. But in terms of players, Anthony Hill, I think was a huge, kind of, I don't know if mentor is the right word, but a guy that he looked to, that maybe he can be the next guy up after Hill goes, when he goes in the first round. So I think that played a big role as well in, making him feel comfortable with Texas and kind of seeing how they used Anthony Hill early, how that can kind of be Tyler Atkinson's trajectory as well.
Yeah, and that's I was saying last week. You when you have a guy like Anthony Hill, you got to bring in the next Anthony Hill.
Yeah.
Like you got to use all that. You got to use all that profile, the playmaking, and bring in the next guy. You know that better than anyone, Hank. You've got to capitalize on the momentum, and guys can see themselves in the shoes of that player, and
Yeah.
and we'll see. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not signing day. It's not
And I'll
signing
say,
day,
like,
but
everyone was saying, there was a bunch of like complaints like, oh, Texas is going heavy NIL on a linebacker. That's not a premium position, which I think if you're calling somebody like the quarterback, I think anybody would look at Anthony Hill and say that's a premium like player
that's a
on
premium
your
position.
football team. Like that I think that warrants a pretty high NIL, earning. And so, they're like, oh, you can't pay that kind of money to a kid. Like, it's like, no, like, I think you can. It's a very important position. We've seen how important that position is in the Texas defense, how much of an impact Anthony Hill has had. Even going back, Jalen Ford behind him. I mean, it's an important spot. So, and
look at all the money they saved on Felix Ojo.
But what's that?
Look at all the money they saved on Felix Ojo that they
I know.
could probably.
And that's another thing. It's like some of these guys you're missing on. It's like, okay, well, you got Turntine. You still probably need another offensive tackle, but hey, maybe let's go circle back on some of these other guys and try to get it done, like we saw with James Johnson and in Atkinson.
Are they both going to be early enrollees, Hank, or do we know?
I know Atkinson is. I'm not sure on Johnson just yet, but that you kind of assume almost. You never want to assume covering recruiting, but I think the safe assumption is most of these kids are early enrollees nowadays.
That's amazing.
That's the plan for them.
Yeah.
Hank, talk about Derek Cooper a little bit. I feel like it's becoming more and more there's rumblings around his commitment, and Texas is in the mix with that.
Yeah. Another guy, it's the running back position was kind of an interesting one this cycle. You lose your running backs coach, who's arguably your best recruiter on the staff, and Tashard Choice. You bring in Chad Scott. He had Texas in the running for a lot of these top guys, but we just haven't seen Texas finish on them. Whether it's KJ Edwards, who A&M was able to get committed and kind of shut his process down this summer, not even visit Texas. Xavier Crowell, that one we always thought was probably going to end up at Alabama, but I think it was safe to say Texas had him thinking. And then and then if you like Javion Osborne, I think early on that was a guy that was going to end up at Texas with Tashard Choice. I think Choice leaving, Chad Scott coming in. I think that points to why he ended up at Notre Dame. Tredarian Ball, Texas just never really had traction for. He's at Oregon. So you need kind of a game-changing running back in this class. And Derek Cooper is sitting right there, and it's very interesting. Everyone, when he announced his commitment date for July 20th, it was he didn't take an official visit to Texas. How could it possibly be Texas? And if you need any precedent there, Jonah Williams didn't take an official visit to Texas, and he committed to Texas, albeit he was in Galveston. He had a little bit closer of connection to Texas. But Derek Cooper, I mean, he took a weekend visit to Austin in April for that fan day experience. So he it's not like he's looking at Texas blindly. Like he's been there. He's built a bond with Chad Scott. Chad Scott went out to see him in South Florida a few weeks back, or not a few weeks back, May, whenever the contact period was. And so the connection's there. He did take official visits to his other four finalists. I think it's Bama, Georgia, Miami, and Ohio State, I want to say. And so, that's something, but since the end of official visit season, he has said he wants to get out to Texas in the fall for an official visit. And so that was prior to setting this July 20th commitment date. He actually had a July 12th commitment date set. He canceled that, moved it to July 20th after a few weeks. And he did an interview with our Miami reporter last weekend saying, either way, he still wants to see Texas in the fall. So, whether that's committed to Texas or whether that's committed elsewhere, like he's he's still in play. And so there is a lot of rumblings that Texas is trending here for him. He's going to announce on 24/7 Sports on Sunday, so we'll have all the coverage there. But I mean, I think he's ranked as an athlete. So some people think he's more of a linebacker, but Texas has recruited him as someone to get the ball in his hands. They want to play him out of the backfield, and he fits kind of what Texas wants to do with running backs, whether it's run game, pass game, get them involved all over the field. So,
do you have a comp? Do you have a comp for him, Hank?
Ooh,
for Derek Cooper?
That's a good question. Let me lean on what 24/7 comes in as. Let's see. Derek Cooper. We have him comp to. Well, we don't have a comp for him. Let's see. 6'1", 205.
Okay.
I mean, I said this about Ryan Wingo too, but maybe like a Deebo Samuel kind of like I don't know, maybe like a bit. He's not really as much of a receiver, but you can certainly catch the ball out of the backfield. I don't know. That's tough. I need to think about that. Well, if we talk again next week after he makes an announcement, we'll have a better idea of what's going on. But he's he's a lead on both sides of the ball. Like I said, some people have seen him more as like as a linebacker prospect, but he's kind of he's kind of that big bruising frame 6'1", 205. That's good bulk. He can run in between the tackles, cut it outside, catch the ball out of the backfield. So there's a lot to like about what he would bring durability wise alone, to taking carries in the SEC.
And Hank, I mean, doesn't this just go to show you? Because Texas fans, they're on our message board everywhere. We're like, what's wrong with Texas recruiting? And you got to take a breath, and you never know.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not over till it's over, and
exactly.
that still applies for Texas fans with any of these commitments until they sign. But it looks like the Texas coaching staff really knows what it's doing. Because that was my number one concern was linebacker, and now they got the best linebacker arguably in the country, at least committed. What's left? I mean, it looks pretty good to me. It doesn't look like there's a glaring hole in terms of needs in the 2026 recruiting class, but you're the expert.
Yeah, I would say, still missing on Ojo. I think you need to go get another offensive lineman. I know they're still going to recruit Malachi Lee heavily. He committed to Michigan, but I think Texas was a pretty close second for him. I think he and his family really liked the program, really liked Austin, and they have ties to the program, whether it's through Brandon Baker. They have family friends in the DFW area, and Texas was actually his first offer too. So I would keep an eye on that one. Michigan, obviously, that they recruited at a high level as well. So, it's not going to be an easy flip, but that's a guy I think they're going to try to stay after. So I would say offensive line, keep after it there. You want to get a running back. Maybe it's Derek Cooper this weekend. That's kind of what we're thinking is going to happen. So, you can fill your need there. I think they're done at wide receiver, unless, I think they'll still recruit Jalen Lott, who committed to Oregon. Texas legacy, Caden Finley, I'm sure they'll stay in touch, but I think those guys are pretty set on their schools. And I think Texas really likes what they have in the three guys they have in Cohen Brown, Jermaine Bishop, and Chris Stewart. And they're in a position where they have some depth at wide receiver. It's not a massive need unless we see DeAndre Moore have another huge season and go pro. Maybe they need to go to the portal next offseason. To be determined, and something they can certainly do. We've seen them do. Probably need a tight end. You do need a tight end. I think the development we've seen of Amari Winston, and Sark mentioned him yesterday, and Nick Townsend coming in the summer, I think that's given them a little bit more flexibility and being a little bit, not as pressing of a need, because you have some multi-year guys there left, and they really like what they have in Winston, and Townsend is kind of the future. And then obviously Jordan Washington, Spencer Shannon behind injuries. And so, still, I think they're going to take a tight end. I'm still, Keavi Brown, this kid from California, the 3-star tight end they offered in June, got him on campus, son of former USC fighter Travis Brown. I think that's a guy that, we could see commit any day, for Texas. I think,
Love those UFC fighter kids.
Yeah. You like the competitive.
Got some toughness.
Yeah, toughness, competitive edge. Linebacker probably still want to take one more, I would imagine. Just because, like your depth is thinning out there. Like you're going to need some guys. Have Atkinson, but Okpala is probably a developmental guy, and maybe that's somewhere they go in the portal as well next year or next in the winter window.
Yeah, the way Anthony Hill has been talking about Brad Spence yesterday.
Yeah, it sounds like he might.
Sounds like he might
not be in Austin for long. Yeah,
right. So.
And then I think they're going to try to take one more edge rusher. So, we saw, there's a part of this kind of like mass hysteria with, following Texas recruiting is like all these guys are going other places, whether it's Jamarian Carlton, who Baylor was able to get, or we saw Luke Wafel go to USC. Texas did get Richard Wesley, who's, arguably the top edge rusher in the country. So they have him. I think they probably want to get one more. And, there's some buzz about Jake Krull right now, the IMG Academy player that took an official visit. That's the thought has been Oklahoma, but in terms of uncommitted edge rushers, Texas is still recruiting. He's the only one that's not committed somewhere. So he has Texas in his top 3. I think it's Ole Miss, Texas, and Oklahoma. So that's going to be interesting to see how that comes together. I know he had a really good visit in the summer. I know he's been on campus, I think at least one other time, but maybe 2. And he's a big time player. I mean, if you watch that Rivals camp, the 5-star challenge, he was going up against Ojo, and again, I'm not calling out Ojo,
right,
but
pushed him all over the place.
I think we saw how good Jake Krull was against the number 1 offensive tackle in the country, and then, of course, you're not wearing pads, but still, you saw the explosiveness. He did a backflip after he beat him in the 1-on-1, so that was pretty cool. So we'll see where he ends up.
They likes that.
Yeah.
Swag.
But I mean, beyond that, I mean, you probably need another safety. I would say maybe another safety or 2. We'll see how this year goes. But they have Miami Riley from Austin Anderson. The big guy out there still is Davon Benjamin. I think that's probably going to go Oregon's way. They've been recruiting him the longest. Texas loves the kid. He loves Texas, but I think. I heard that Oregon kind of covets him as much as they have anybody in the past 2 cycles. So that's how high Oregon is on him. I know Texas is very high on him as well. It just seems like maybe Oregon has a little bit more of the inside track for him. We'll see. He's announcing on August 2nd. I know Michigan's trying to stay in there as well. But I don't want to sit here and say like, oh yeah, he's going to Oregon, I'm not going to pay attention, because recruitments can change in the blink of an eye, especially when you start getting some momentum. You can flip things pretty quick. So they'll try to stay in on that. But I think Oregon probably has the edge right now. But beyond that, I mean, the class, now you can kind of just pick and choose how you want to fill out the rest of it, and save some spots for portal. You're going to need to go to the portal again, I'm sure. You never know who's going to leave your roster in the winter. But yeah, it's I think the last time we checked was number 6 in the country. And then if Cooper commits on Sunday, that's I think it would put him to number 4. So I mean, yeah, right there in the top 5 range.
Well, and Anthony Hill said one of his players to watch, or who could surprise in 2025, is Zena Umazulu, who he said took offense. Like he approached this offseason like not getting to play as a freshman, like pissed him off, and the guy's been working his tail off to be ready for this fall camp, and he's like, I'm telling you, he's gonna play. And you got Lance Jackson. So, if Texas fans are going to lose their minds over, you've already got Richard Wesley. And if you're not going to get everything, but you got to remember who's on campus too. And the coaches have to manage it all.
Yeah. Sark mentioned that yesterday too, is like, there's 4 things. It's like, you have to retain these players too. It's just like that takes money to do. You want to keep Colin Simmons. You want to keep Ryan Wingo. Guys like that, that's going to put a dent into the available funds there. So but yeah, I mean, the only edge, I mean, depending on whether you look at Trey Moore as a true linebacker now or an edge guy. I mean, like Ethan Burke is the one edge that's not going to be back in 2026. So I think that's affected Texas with some of these edge rushers too. It's like, okay, well, when am I going to be able to see the field behind all these guys? I mean, it's a pretty stacked depth chart, but I think that's why you got to even like Richie Wesley even more is the fact that he's a kid that reclassified. Like he should be going into his junior year of high school. He classified from 2027 to 26, commits to Texas. He's ready for the challenge. So I think that speaks even more about, kind of his mindset and mentality and why fans should be pretty excited about him.
All right, Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, I got one more for Hank. Hank, not named Colin Simmons, not named Ryan Wingo. Which player coming into year 2 from that 2024 class do you think is going to make the most impact for this Texas football team?
I'm going to say Kobe Black. That's my pick. I think he's going to, and I think that's a safe bet. I would say Kobe Black on defense, Jared Gibson on offense. I think we're going to see, they have a deep running back room now. And, Sark kept trying to make mention of Trey Wisner yesterday. It's like, hey, we have the only returning 1,000-yard rusher from the SEC on our team. And like, nobody's talking about him. We talk about him, but nationally, you're not hearing a lot about Trey Wisner. But no, Jared Gibson, especially, depending on how fast Baxter can come back, like they might need to rely on Gibson a little bit more as they get, Baxter back to 100%. So yeah, I think those would be my two. I think Kobe Black, I think he's in for a big season.
Hank, you're the man. I know we're keeping you from a million other things, so we'll let you get back at it. And I also apologize for all the editing you're having to do to the Insider.
Hey, no.
But hey, we're loading up. We're feeding the beast. It's what we do over at horns247.com. Hank, great work. And we look forward to the conversation next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you.
Hank South breaking it down. Huge day for the Longhorns. Yesterday at SEC Media Days with Georgia. And the Longhorns get a commitment from five-star Tyler Atkinson from Georgia, and they get a commitment flip from defensive lineman James Johnson, who is explosive. This guy's not a 2-gap guy. He's a 1-gap guy. He's a 3 technique. He's a guy who's going to get upfield. He's going to pressure. He's going to get into the backfield. He's from Miami, but he was committed to Georgia and flipped to Texas. So you had these 2 huge recruiting headlines for Texas, and both of them involved Georgia. And no one's ever going to say if it was, but maybe, I don't know, maybe someone will, but that was, sometimes you can call on a kid to say, hey, would you commit this weekend? We're having a little trouble. A little lull, fans getting a little restless. But Zay, that was something.
For sure. And again, coming to the SEC, that's the perks, because guys who are from those states, like Sark talked about it yesterday, whether you're from Florida or Alabama or Georgia, coming to Texas isn't crazy anymore, because you're going to play those schools that you grew up seeing throughout your childhood and that your family's probably really close to. So, we saw it last year with Justice Terry. We're seeing it this year with Tyler Atkinson and James Johnson and Steve Sarkisian. They're not going to let up anytime soon. They're going to keep going after the cream of the crop. And hey, you're losing players out of Texas too. It is what it is. But yeah, these coaches, they've done a hell of a job of selling the university without breaking the bank too much, unlike some of these other schools out here, and still getting high quality players to want to be in the burnt orange. So yeah,
well,
it's
and
crazy.
here's the thing, Zay, you're a proud life lifetime resident of Austin. When things are going well for Texas, Austin becomes a bigger part of the recruiting puzzle. If Texas was sucking, no one would go to Austin. But if Texas is the one going to back-to-back college football playoff semifinals, and I get to go to Austin, I'm not throwing shade at other cities in the SEC, but outside of Vanderbilt in Nashville and maybe Tennessee and Knoxville, help me out. There's not a lot of garden spots. These are colleges that are their whole state. They're everything, but they're in smaller rural towns. I mean, Baton Rouge is an hour and a half from New Orleans. Austin is getting all the concerts and everything right there. Not that that matters, but anyway.
I mean, it matters a little bit. We heard Trey Johnson, I know different sport, but Trey Johnson said a big part of him going to Texas was the fact that it was a big city and it allowed him to prepare for his NBA career. So Austin being a big city, the biggest, in the States that doesn't have a top
Pro
3
sports.
pro team. Yeah, like that means something. It really does. So a lot of these guys are taking that into account and they're making their decisions on that. And it's Sark's job and the rest of his coaching staff, including the team too, to sell it. And they've done a hell of a job doing that.
Yeah. And Hank mentioned guys, to keep an eye on. He said Kobe Black.
Ooh.
Michael Taft said Kobe Black. And then told a funny story. So he's like, Kobe Black is having a great off season. He's doing everything. He knows the defense, play zone, play man. Then he told this funny story about how Taft was trying to get a couple of the freshman defensive backs to understand this concept, and he kept trying to explain it. And finally, Kobe Black just yells at the freshman, just do what Taft says. Like, you don't have to understand it. Just do what he says, because he knows. He and Jade Barron know. This was last year. And Taft was like, whoa, all right. Okay, Kobe Black, I appreciate you. So, yeah, it sounds like Kobe Black is coming. Kobe Black is 6'2", by the way. Length, speed, quickness. Speed and quickness, as Barry Switzer used to say. You got some speed and quickness. Yeah, Kobe Black is a guy I think people can get excited about.
The versatility of the secondary is pretty special. There's so many different guys that you can move around, and I think we're going to see that from game to game, depending on the matchup. But if Kobe Black comes along to what we're hearing and can become that dude that's possibly on the opposite side of Manny Muhammad, I know we've heard things about Jalen Gilbo moving to the outside corner spot, but if Kobe Black just dominates and takes that job to where you could put Gilbo back at that star position, a place where he's obviously comfortable at, then sheesh, like that's a big deal, because this defense, this secondary, I get it, Makuba dog, Jade Barron dog, but they got guys that learned a lot from them brothers. So now that they're getting their opportunity, and yes, as good as Dwayne Akina is, it's still going to be a learning process of figuring out these players and vice versa, them figuring out him and what he wants, and, Mark Orfe also. But once those guys get to clicking, Jelani McDonald, I think Xavier Filsaime is going to surprise a lot of folks. I think people still sleep on Derek Williams because of the injury that he had last year and not being available. Like, Derek Williams, when healthy, is that dude. So,
and I'll jump in real quick because Michael Taft had a great I said, can the communication in the secondary be anywhere near what you had last year with two of your high school friends? And he said, yes, 100%. He said, go watch the Michigan game when Derek Williams and I were out there, and how we were communicating to all of their motions and shifts and over-unders. And he said, it's like we'd played together for 10 years. So there's a lot of confidence, Zay. I mean, that would be one of my question marks. You want to see how the offensive line handles stuff that they didn't prepare for, and blitzes and stunts and twists and all that, because that's a communication thing between those 5 dudes. The communication in the secondary is a big question, because they went from giving up 254 yards per game through the air, one of the worst pass defenses in the country, to a deep pass defense that ranked number 1 for much of last season. What was the difference? Okay, you moved Barron to corner. You brought in Andrew Makuba, who's like almost best friends with Taft and Barron. And that's pretty much it. Manny Muhammad was a staple. And, Derek Williams, and then Williams get hurt. But so you're like, that's a legit question. Michael Taft is telling us, no, that communication's there with guys like Derek Williams and Jelani McDonald. That's big time. But I got to say this, Zay, because one of my top takeaways from Texas at SEC Media Days is, I always say, go to the players. Players always know. Like when I asked, no, there's no shade at Jonathan Cunningham, but when I asked Anthony Hill about Bo Barnes, he's like, man, that dude has juice. He may not know what he's doing all the time, but he's coming and he wants to hit you. And he's. I asked him about Jonathan Cunningham. He's like, he's learning the defense. Not everything's perfect, but he's putting in the work. It was a different, you could tell. Mm-hmm. Jonathan Cunningham's going to be a developmental guy. That's fine. But the way they're talking about these DBs, like Santana Wilson, we never talk about Santana Wilson. He might have led the team in interceptions in the spring. And Taft goes, and Santana Wilson will take on a pulling guard. Like he'll meet him face up. He's physical, just like his dad, Adrian Wilson, stud safety for the Arizona Cardinals. Now he's a front office guy in the NFL. But Santana Wilson, Wardell Mack, Grayson Littleton, we're not talking about these guys, and the players are. So Kobe Black, Warren Roberson. I mean, it's like, I told you, Aquino will rotate guys. He's not Todd Orlando. He's not going to leave the same 11 out there so that they know each other's every move. If guys have earned it in practice, he's going to play them. So I'm really interested to see that, because I don't know, like Jonah Williams. Michael Taft said Jonah Williams, he was trying to help him because he was, this was in one of the summer practices. He's like, hey, I'll take, he's like, you just play deep middle. I'll take everything else. And Jonah's like, no, we need to. So Texas plays safeties. Basically, they play left and right safety. And now they're doing that at linebacker so that the offense can't tell what's going on. And Jonah said, I gotta learn both sides. So don't take stuff off my plate. And that really impressed Taft. And then Anthony Hill said of Jonah Williams, the first thing that jumped out at him was from day one when he was out practicing with football is how fierce of a competitor he is. He's like, forget that he's 6'3", 217 and looks like he could beat all of our butts. But that dude is fiercely competitive, Anthony Hill said. And no one's as competitive as Anthony Hill. So, and the other guy that Anthony Hill mentioned was Zalis Hicks, another safety who's almost 6'3" and can run. And Anthony Hill said this guy's picking it up fast. And he's going full speed at almost 6'3". And I'm like, Zay, how are they going to hold all this talent? Because it sounds like it's getting developed. It's getting developed. Even these true freshmen, Akina coaches everybody. So I'm just saying, I know that's a lot. I'm going to let you tell me what hits you.
I mean, that's what you want. Like, you want as many guys as possible because this season's long and it will take a lot out of you. You want to make it to the national championship game. That might be 17 games that you play under your belt. So all hands on deck is definitely necessary. So I appreciate hearing all of these guys' names being mentioned at SEC Media Days because you're going to need them in more ways than one, whether it's special teams or a guy needs a breather, in this position, and you're rotating guys in that secondary. It doesn't matter. Whoever's name is called, you better be ready to go in there and get it done. And the more the merrier. So, yeah, I love it. I love what I've heard from all of these guys. It makes you very excited for this upcoming season. Ant Hill cracks me up. Like I said in the first hour, he's just wired. He's just different. Like, he looks like he's like, yo, man, this suit and tie is cool. It's fun talking to you media guys. Let's get back on the field. Like, we got practice tomorrow. Like, let's go. Like, he is just an amped up individual that you want at your linebacker position, that you want being one of the leaders of your ball club. And Mookie Taft, he's the same way. Like, this defense, very high on the offense, but this defense, they're going to make it very difficult for these offenses.
Yeah, this defense, you said it. Steve Sarkisian got up in front of everybody and said, this is the most talented and deepest defense we've had. And you don't say that unless you got guys like Colin Simmons and Anthony Hill, because those guys are different from everyone else. And then, when you have a human mission control in the secondary and Michael Taft, it's going to be a lot, because you've got to be strong up the middle of your defense. And we know the defensive tackle position. When I talk to Anthony Hill about those guys, he's like, you can tell he's confident in Cole Brevard. You can tell he's confident in Travis Shaw. Those are going to be your one techniques, your two, they don't play two gap, but they could, they got to be responsible for two gaps, take on the double team, and hold the point of attack. Murad Watson, you can tell he likes Murad Watson because he said, this guy's, he's quick and he's developing a pass rush. Okay, there's your three technique. When I asked him about Alex January, he said, Alex is a leader now because he was the only returning guy. So he's helping these guys learn what, PK and Kenny Baker want and all this stuff. And he said, I think Alex January has a chance to be good. And those were the four that, you really got a feel for. The rest, like he said, Levon Johnson is rehabbing. So, like an injury. So he's not even a full participant right now. And Hero Canoe, just hearing that he's coming. Not sure. I mean, he's listed as senior. He's actually got a year of eligibility remaining. I would think he's hungry like the wolf. So, and Kenny Baker's going to get it out of him. But that's a pretty good sign. That's my biggest question mark. Everything else, there's going to be so much competition. If someone has a bad day, hey, man, take the rest of the day off. Here comes Santana Wilson. Here comes, I mean, if you're going to play Jelani and Derek Williams at safety with Michael Taft, which I get it, you want to have 3 guys who are interchangeable so that if one thing happens, you got, 2 other guys, even though I think Jelani could play star. But they're loaded. And if that defensive tackle position is solid, I mean, look at what David Keith Williams says here. Texas has 7 safeties on the current roster that are all potential draft picks, and it's true. I mean, Jordan Johnson Rebel's getting a lot of love, that he's become a complete player. Blake Gideon told me he's the hardest hitter of the group, harder hitting than Jelani McDonald.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, I got to see me some Jordan Johnson Rebel, and he's played on special teams, done a good job. But man, I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see the rotations, the trust level, because it's easy right now. It'll get hard in the middle of August when it seems like you're still a lifetime away from going to Columbus.
Yeah.
And everyone's going to get sick of each other. That's when you're going to find out, okay, how are our connections, our connectivity, our bond, our Culture Wednesdays? So I think it's, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
If you're asking me, how do I feel about the Longhorns now that I've been at SEC Media Days? I might feel a little better.
Okay.
Georgia is still the team to beat because they're the champs. You got to play at their place. You don't think Kirby, who can get his team frothing at the mouth, maybe better than anyone, especially because he's a defensive-minded guy? You don't think he's going to have all of his dudes ready to attack Texas like Navy SEALs? So, I don't know.
Someone on social media said about Gunnar Stockton that Andrew Makuba knocked his hairline all the way back on that hit in the SEC championship game. Boy, that's an old ass looking dude, man.
I know.
Gunnar Stockton, he looked
like
he
was a coach.
Miles on him.
I thought he was a coach. and then he sat down. I'm like, oh God, you're Gunnar Stockton. And he like DJ Lagway today. Oh man, I'm worried about DJ Lagway. That
what
dude
you mean?
He's got swag.
Oh, okay.
His confidence is it's like oozing out of him.
Yeah, he got aura.
And he's like killing Texas with kindness. He's like, oh yeah, I wanted to play in that game last year so badly. And you can tell it's like,
I told you.
I can't wait for this year,
I told you. Rex, you hear that, Rex? Because Rex was like, oh, Zay, you tripping. He ain't caring about Texas. All right. Okay. Like, say what you want. That dude from Willis, Texas. He loved to have that Bird or John. They did not recruit him. Steve Sarkisian said, we got our guy. Arch Manning's my dude. DJ.
Yeah, DJ wasn't going to Texas with Arch on the roster. Of course they didn't recruit him because you were going to say no. We're not going to, you probably should have made a call. Someone should have gone to his high school at some point, but, right?
Yeah, nah.
Just check and see.
That's a waste of miles. That's
right.
A waste of miles.
Sark knows how it goes. You bring in your marquee guy, and then you got to get a guy who's willing to come in and be one play away. And then you have to bring in a top quarterback every year. And so you're looking at, Trey Owens, you're looking at KJ Lacey, and now you got Diabell coming in. Okay. On paper, Diabell is the next big time quarterback at Texas, unless Trey Owens or KJ Lacey turns out to be Colt McCoy or, Sam Ehlinger. I don't know, Shane Buechele. So Sark knows how that game is played. DJ Lagway wasn't going to Texas And maybe he's upset that they didn't make him the main guy, but you got Arch Manning. I mean, and the guy wants to go to Texas. You gotta take Arch Manning.
Yeah. What'd you ask Arch yesterday? Because I remember your question standing out too. I just forgot it because Arch got a lot of questions asked.
Yeah, I asked him what's been the hardest thing he's had to go through since he's been at Texas, and he said, not getting to play was hard, but he's a guy who I thought gave some really, really thoughtful answers. I loved him talking about his freshman year. He's like, I wasn't sniffing any playing time, and I was watching film with Paul Chryst every night. He said, though, Paul Chryst, the former Wisconsin head coach and one-year consultant for Sarkisian, and he was like, it was 1 hour of watching film and 1 hour of me venting. He's like, I understood it, but I just wasn't used to it. He said, to get my competitive feel, I would take my roommate and go play some pickup basketball. He's like, don't tell anyone, because football coaches hate their players playing pickup basketball because they land on some guy's foot. That ankle is done. So Arch goes, don't tell anyone. But I went and got my roommate and went to pick up basketball.
Well, also, I feel like Arch will be a lot smarter playing some pickup hoops, but there's a narrative that I think is very valid about football players going to play a pickup basketball game because they can't control their bodies. That football instinct takes over where they feel obligated to be more physical, where it's like, bro, relax. It's just a pickup game. There ain't no cameras in here. Ain't nobody going to get a NBA contract anytime soon. But football players, like I mentioned with Anthony Hill, some are just wired different. So when they go on the hardwood and somehow that football mentality turns on where it's not necessarily needed, yeah, it could be some bad news coming later on. So if you're Sark, you kind of hold your breath on hearing Arch Manning playing pickup. But I love that. I love that story. Like, go out and get, he was a hooper back in the day at Isidore Newman. Like, he would have played the senior year if he wasn't an early enrollee.
BK, who's awesome, put in a request for us. So we may be getting Oklahoma safety Robert Spears Jennings here in the next 10 to 20 minutes. We may not, but we've put in a request and it sounds like it might happen. So,
uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
See, Chip went off freeze because talking about getting an Oklahoma player on here, Tech Sports Unfiltered. You back?
Can you
hear
good?
Me?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So, did I freeze up?
Yeah, for a little bit. Robert Spears.
Yeah, Robert Spears Jennings. If it happens, it'll happen in the next 10 to 20 minutes. So, we shall see. But Zay, what other things, stood out to you yesterday, or do you have questions about that maybe I can help answer?
I always like hearing players. I wouldn't say idols on but just players that they like to watch and kind of reflect and put it in their game at the position that they play. And I know Arch has always talked about being a big-time Josh Allen fan, but he also mentioned Joe Burrow. And I started watching Quarterback Season 2 on Netflix, and Joe Burrow is one of the quarterbacks along with Kirk Cousins and Jared Goff. But I love Joe Burrow. Like, he might be my favorite quarterback in the NFL because there's a certain moxie and attitude that he plays with that I think folks sleep on a little bit just because, you see Joe Burrow at Fashion Week and, he's one of those pretty boy guys. And sometimes those guys, they can get the narrative on being soft, and Joe Burrow's anything but soft. So to know that Arch Manning's out here watching his film, especially with the way Joe Burrow carried himself in Baton Rouge that last season and put up just monumental numbers on his way to a national championship and a Heisman Trophy. I like that. I like that Arch mentioned his name and say he's watching a lot of Burrow film, because why wouldn't you? He's one of the best in the world at that position.
Right. Why wouldn't you? I'm asking you. Just like I'm asking you for all of your Longhorns needs to go to Sue Patrick. You can go to the store. There's incredible parking in Austin. Or you can go to SuePatrick.com. But everything you need from a Longhorns standpoint, whether it's gear or from gear to like plates and cups and you name it, Sue Patrick. So SuePatrick.com for all of your Longhorn gear. And don't forget about the Sleep Cycle Center, guys. If you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person next to you. It could be the sign of a major health issue. And Dr. Chad Denman of the Sleep Cycle Center, locations in Lakeway and the Arboretum, has committed his life to treating sleep apnea. And he's done that because sleep apnea killed his own father at the age of 60. So you go to sleepcyclecenters.com and set up an appointment. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, because they're going to take $100 off your sleep study. And that's a huge discount because Dr. Chad wants to make sure that you're getting diagnosed properly, and he's got the best technology to do that. He's got all the treatment options, including oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open while I sleep. So go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And our man Tom McKay, audiovisual consultations. Look, football season's coming up. If you're ready for a big screen, a full-blown media room, there is only one person to call, and that is Tom McKay. He's been doing it for 30 years in Austin, bringing you the lowest prices on big screens, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. You want a new full-blown media room? He did that for our beloved Sean Adams, and he can do it for you too. And he's been putting up, big screen TVs in all your favorite restaurants in Austin. Been doing it for 30 years. All you got to do is call 255-8678. That's 255-8678, and let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You don't need to be lugging around TVs and punching holes in your drywall. You can also go to avconsultations.com and 7-Eleven. I'm not going to lie. I'm in downtown Atlanta. I don't know where the 7-Eleven is. I need to find it because I got to have a Slurpee. I realized I have to have a Slurpee. I'm always in need of a Slurpee. But 7-Eleven is the world's greatest convenience store, and they are a proud sponsor of Texas Sports Unfiltered. So we appreciate 7-Eleven, and we want you to appreciate 7-Eleven because they are the best convenience store in the world. All right, Zay. I wanted to knock those out in case we get into a weird situation, not knowing if we do get Robert Spears Jennings. We got to make sure that we give our love to our sponsors.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
For sure. Let me ask you this. How awkward was it when you heard that A&M song when Steve Sarkisian got introduced to the podium?
Couldn't believe it.
What the hell was that?
That was unbelievable. And Greg Sankey apologized today to open today's session. Apologized for that technical error because it was ridiculous. And I give Steve Sarkisian all the credit in the world for acting like it was not happening, because it would have become a viral thing if he reacted to it or made a grimace or a face or said something, and he just wanted to get on to football. I didn't talk to him about it, but if you notice, he was not reacting at all. Poker face. But it was embarrassing. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the stuff I'm talking about. The SEC, they like the money that Texas is bringing in for sure. They good with that. But as a whole, could care less about Texas. Care less about the Directors Cup. Could care less about supporting Texas. March Madness or the college football playoff. Or I remember these SEC fans acting crazy when Mike White and this Texas softball team won it all. Just nothing but hating. Oh, softball ain't a real sport anyway, this, that, and the third. Just hating. So when stuff like this happens, it's like,
you take note.
Yeah, take note, because there's no excuse for that to happen. I get it. We live in, a media world to where certain things happen, but that specifically, no excuse in my opinion. That's trash.
And Joe K, a lot of people I think agree with Joe K and say, it seems to me someone did that on purpose.
Yeah.
I got lost and I wandered into that area, the production area where they're playing the sound, and I don't think it was. I think they pulled up a file for Texas and they clicked on Texas A&M because they're right next to each other, and because the SEC, like Sankey doesn't play. He doesn't play, even while Alabama was for 17 years the favorite to go. He tries to talk about everyone equally. He doesn't talk about Nick Saban all the time like Paul Feinbaum. And now Paul Feinbaum seems to be the biggest fan of Texas and Arch Manning that I've ever seen.
Yo, he is glazing over Arch Manning.
Did you see when Arch walked up to him and introduced himself and Paul Feinbaum was like, hey,
yeah, man.
He was giddy like a schoolgirl.
Yeah.
Heather Dinich was like, Paul's not washing that hand.
Wow.
Oh yeah, he's all into Texas and Arch Manning and
Feinbaum, all the years that he's had in the game, especially covering the Southeastern Conference, he obviously has a very cool relationship with the Manning family. From his time watching Peyton and Eli, I'm sure him and Archie go back. So I get it. I see it, because where was that last year? You didn't see much of that last season, but now that it's Archer's turn, you see Feinbaum coming around a little bit. So
oh yeah,
I respect it.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
He was giddy. Okay, so speaking of Arch Manning, a couple other nuggets from Arch. You mentioned that he grew up a SEC football fan, so he loved Cam Newton and Johnny Manziel, and then Burrow at LSU, and yeah, that he's locked in on Burrow and Josh Allen. I didn't realize. Okay, so Arch rooms with Parker Livingstone, Will Randall, walk-on receiver named Rhett Anderson, and Colton Vasek. That's a big house, or it's just a lot of guys packed into bedrooms. I don't know how many bedrooms there are. But have you seen the Livingstone brothers on TikTok?
I haven't. I mean, I'm not a
Okay.
TikTok guy, but
I'm not a TikTok guy either. I don't even have it on my phone, but I guess I'm going to have to get it because Parker Livingstone is part of these, this Livingstone brothers, and they do little bits. You know, like Parker's like, I'm having a girl come over, and then, you know, one of his brothers is like, well, put a book on your nightstand, and the other brother's like, why would he do that? And Parker's like, yeah, why would I do that? I don't read books. And he's like, you know, the other brother's like, oh, it'll make you seem educated. And so then the other brother like pops up with 3 books. And Parker's like, how about this one and this one? And then his brother's like, no, not 2 books, because then you look like a geek. Just 1 book. Anyway, this is the bit. And I'm going, oh my gosh, we got a TikTok star. And it's not Arch Manning. Like Arch said, those guys come over after a win. He's like, and I go to bed. I can't hang with those guys. Oh my God. But I figure I got to tell you about the Livingstone brothers because you're per se Hilton.
I got to check it out.
I need you to do a review of the Livingstone brothers on TikTok so that we can find out if Parker's going to be a viral sensation, a influencer, or get discovered like the Paul brothers.
I mean, I know Parker Livingstone. And yeah, who called them white chocolate, CB? I remember that. Someone was calling them white chocolate last year. I forget who said that. But Parker Livingstone, he's a country guy, but he also has some swagger to him. And I guess his brothers, do they go to UT or do they live here too? Did the whole family? Yeah, Trey Wisner did. Yeah, exactly.
I don't even know. I mean, they're
to. Did he go to Lovejoy? Where'd Parker Livingstone go?
Parker. Where did Parker go? No, he's from
Lucas, but he went to Lovejoy.
Yeah, he did go to Lovejoy. He did.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, he's out of Central Casting. He looks like a cowboy.
Yeah.
He's got that cowboy look. And we'll see. I mean, I'm so not hip. Y'all can make fun of me for days. And I've been divorced, so you can't hurt my feelings. I don't know anything about TikTok, so I apologize. But I hope Parker Livingstone is a good player because I want to have that guy in the interview room.
I think he is very underrated. I know they went out and got him in Mosley the 5th, but all the things that you were hearing in the offseason was Parker Livingstone's turning heads. He's making plays, and he's a big guy, like 6'4". Yep. He's a bigger receiver. You go back and look at his high school film from Lovejoy. He did everything for that squad, returning kicks, returning punts.
He's got wheels.
He's got wheels. So
don't sleep on him because he's a 6'4" white guy. You know, who was the last good 6'4" white wide receiver?
Oh,
probably the kid from. I don't know that he's 6'4". The kid from Georgia. That was a few years ago. McConkey.
Oh, you're talking about. I thought you were talking about at Texas. You mean just in general?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, McConkey ain't that big.
Yeah.
No. But McConkey cold as hell.
Yeah.
That's a sleeper for my fantasy team this year. That boy cold.
Oh, I'm writing that down.
Yeah, write that down because I know
sleeper fantasy football.
Which it shouldn't be a sleeper. Like the dude was literally
Lad McConkey
on the top 100 by his peers in the NFL. He was that number or was that 100 spot, but yeah. Parker Livingstone. Don't let all this Emmett Mosley talk fool you. I think Parker Livingstone is going to do his thing out there.
But, yeah, that'll be. I mean, think you're going to see it. You're going to see Parker. If Parker Livingstone is what people were saying in the spring, you'll see him in that second, third, and fourth game. There's going to be a lot of opportunity for guys who are not in the starting lineup to make their impression, like Zena Umazulu, who Anthony Hill says came into this year with a severe case of red ass because he didn't get to play as a freshman, and he's got that length. He's a dog. And if Anthony Hill anoints you, I'm all ears. So I will admit, I was not expecting him to bring up Zena Umazulu and Zalis Hicks as young guys impressing him in summer workouts, but I think it's great. And he couldn't say enough good things about Brad Spence and Ty Anthony Smith.
What about Neto Umanzulu?
Yeah.
What have you heard about him? Because I feel like it's been a little quiet with him and that left guard spot. Like, I like what I heard about Cole Hudson coming along and completely taking control over that offensive line from the center position. But that left guard spot, that's the one that's kind of a question mark. And you expect it to be Neto Umanzulu, but
right, because he's a
four. Talking about him, it's kind of like one of those.
Yeah, I should have asked Arch. It was hard to get questions in for Arch.
I bet.
But you're right. I think we all, well, can't really do that, but I think we all like expect him to be rock solid because he's a 4-year player and he loves Texas. He wants to be here. His brothers are here. Don't forget his brother Zeke, who is a 6'3" safety with arms for days. Like, what do they say? His knuckles aren't dragging on the ground, but they're close. Like, his arms are so long. It's what Shockey Smart always used to say. His knuckles aren't dragging on the ground, but, man, it's close. Shockey had that length, too. But, yeah, man, I mean, the Umazulu brothers, there's got to be a TikTok skit in there. Like, Parker's got brothers, but he's the only one on the football team. The Umazulus are all on the football team.
Right.
Neto, Zena, and Zeke. I want to meet the parents. You know?
Seriously. They did a fine job. Like, that's very John Brown-like what the Umazulu brothers have done in that family. So, which, speaking of John Brown, have you seen John Brown lately? Because he was on Amin Ra's podcast recently, and John was wilding. John, which he be wilding on our show too, but it was funny to see him talk to those guys and be like, yo, when you're out here looking for a partner, you should probably look for a sister. Which is ironic because John Brown's wife ain't no sister.
No, but she has big bones.
Yes, but she has.
And he was living in Germany at the time, right? Because that's where all the bodybuilding money was. And so he found Miriam, who is a saint. She puts up with all the John Brown or all the Brown family men, but they love her, man. They all dote on her.
Yeah.
John, Equinemius, Cyrus, Amin-Ra, like before every game, you know, when she's there, he's over there hugging and kissing on her. And yeah, good family upbringing there between the Browns and the Umazulus. That's for sure. Let's see, Michael Taft. Well, we should probably get into some of the things that Sarkisian said. Was there anything that he said other than the defense being the deepest and most talented that he's had, that jumped out at you, Zay?
I think it was good for him to reassure just everybody their process on recruiting and how NIL doesn't get mentioned much until the end of their pitch when they bring guys in. And he says that, we are fine, especially after this Tyler Atkinson, James Johnson situation. Both of those guys coming to the 40 acres, hopefully. But to say we probably lose some recruits with the way that we go about it, how strategic we go about it, because Texas as a whole should be big enough. And if it's not, then those guys, they're not worth going after anyway. Not going to break the bank. We're not going to go over our means just because we need to get one guy. We're going to spread it out. And we're going to allow those guys that have been a part of the program, been a part of the culture, they're going to get the fruits of the labor of all the NIL first before the high school guys do it. So I thought him saying that to national media, even though you and I have known that already and their approach, I thought that was really cool to say and very refreshing so folks could understand that, yeah, even though it's Texas and we assume because Texas brings in a lot of dough to the university, they're still not going as hard as schools like Texas Tech. And I saw a report saying that Texas is spending the most money out of anyone in the nation. I don't know how accurate that is.
Saying Texas is or Texas Tech?
Texas is. Texas was above Texas Tech. It was one of these other competing sites out here. I'm not going to mention their name, but y'all could go find it. Y'all got phones and y'all got Wi-Fi. Y'all go find it. But they got Texas as number one when it comes to spending in NIL, which you just never know from the things that we've heard, the sources that you've talked about on here saying that, Texas is up there, but some of these other schools are still.
Yeah, they're competitive. They're not spending the most.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. And again, the Kirk Bowles article, people are going to just, oh no, it says right here, they're spending $40 million, and that's not the case. But again, when you're talking about the difference between 30, 35, 40 million, well, they might be spending 30 million. Well, they're still spending a ton.
Right.
So, but they're not number one. So that's the only point I'm trying to make. They're competitive, but they're not number one. And I just got to say, look, everybody's trying to get creative here. And I think a lot of schools have already they got tired. They sent in some contracts. They all came back denied. And they just said, screw it. This thing's not going to make it. You can't tell kids that they can't make money. You can't tell them that they're getting paid too much money. Now, the irony in all of this is that the schools wanted guardrails, and the schools are like, yeah, I don't know if these guardrails are any good, because every deal is getting kicked back right now as, not fair market value, and then it goes straight to the cap. And so, if it's a third-party deal, and this is what Sark said yesterday, I thought it was very interesting. He said, because I think everyone assumed, including myself, that third-party deals were going to help Texas the most because Arch Manning signing with Red Bull, whatever. Lamborghini Austin, all this stuff. But if it's an NIL deal that has anything to do with a booster, it gets flagged. Well, what are we doing? Because it's technically a third-party deal. And does it circumvent or does it add? That's how the court's going to look at it. Oh, they're trying to be no. Or is it fair market that the kid can command that kind of money?
Right.
I mean, this is where Cody Campbell's coming down. And I've never met Cody Campbell. He's an impressive story. He's, he was a football player at Tech who got into oil and gas and, got his hand on a lease, started trading leases. Next thing you know, he's sold 25 companies, and he's a multi-billionaire at what, 46? And a lot of people are interested in hearing what he has to say about how to navigate the landscape. He was going to be on Trump's football commission or whatever. So I don't know where it's going. I don't have any idea, but I get the feeling that a lot of the schools are already frustrated and saying, screw it. We're not going to get left behind. So we're going to go make the deals that we need to make. You've already got legislatures passing laws saying they don't have to adhere to the guidelines. And, Greg Sankey's like Kevin Bacon in Animal House. You ever seen Animal House, Zay?
A classic.
And, Chip Bacon or Kevin Bacon, his name is Chip in the movie. And he's like, remain calm. All is well. And then he's trampled. And that's Sankey right now. Remain calm. All is well. His coaches are like, every deal's coming back denied. How are we going to remain calm? We're in a hyper competitive situation, and it's like Jerry Seinfeld always joking about how marriage is like playing chess on a board made of smoke. And there's Peter Burns of the SEC Network. You got 2 minutes? Well, come on. Yeah, man. Love getting Peter Burns on from SEC Network. Pull up a chair. We'll get cozy.
I didn't think I would get the invite here. I was a little worried. I was going to just come out here and just
you kind of snuck up on me. I didn't see it coming off my left shoulder there. Peter Burns, SEC Network, and you have you are a honk for LSU, but you spent time in the great state of Texas.
Yeah.
In San Antonio.
Absolutely.
You're a road runner like Michelle Beadle?
That's right. That's correct. When I played golf for 2 years over at UTSA and then drank way too much there. So I played my last 2 years of golf over at St. Mary's University. So I wanted to play for LSU, but they were basically like, you don't have enough talent. So I was like, that's fair. So now I get a chance to cover it, and it's a blast, man. And having you guys in this conference has just added a whole different level, just a whole different, spark. And I loved it. And so, for the amount of time that I spent on the 40 acres and love going up I-35 and spending time up there, man, I can't get enough of it. And I love damn Sark. I mean, they
man, he's good. He's good on the stage.
He's so open and honest with everybody. And Zay, I think you can agree with that. And I know you can as well too, is you ask him a question, he's going to give you an honest answer,
a thoughtful answer.
And I love that. And I had Michael Taft on the show yesterday, and what he did for Camp Mystic, and he had his tie with that's as emotional of a moment that I've had interviewing a young man. I don't know. And he talked just about what really struck me is not the X's and O's for Sark, but every time somebody's around Sark or I'm in that building, it feels like a family. And I think we've lost that in the transactional nature of college sports now, where it feels like, hey, how much are you going to pay me? I'll be here. I'm a mercenary. I think it's rare that programs have it. They have it in Austin.
Well, and I've said this, Zay, that Steve Sarkisian's Culture Wednesdays are predicated on him telling his story of complete failure and then resurrection.
Yeah.
And it was all self-inflicted. There aren't other coaches who can do that. They don't have that story.
No.
And so they take their guys bowling, or they give them quizzes like we saw in the Netflix.
Yeah, Blake Baker having some fun with LSU about that.
Having them learn the state flower of Louisiana.
And yeah, I mean, trust me, they need to do that. But at the end of the day, man, it still comes down to, do the guys respect you? Are they locked in? And I think where I miscalculated when college football made the jump to paying players a couple of years ago, I thought that a lot of it would be a lot of mercenaries, me first attitudes. I miscalculated, because what I have found is that it's added more responsibility to the players. And I think it's created, guys are more careful about who they want to bring in and give that money to. Just kind of like free agents in NFL. It's like, if the guy is a bad character guy and he can play, do I really want to possibly waste my money on this guy? No. And I think that's why all these players that are getting paid, I think with that money, what I thought would come irresponsibility, I think it's actually created more responsibility.
Yeah, I think that's what happened to A&M
Mhm.
with their all-time #1 recruiting class.
Well,
Denver Harris is smoking weed in the locker room before the game, and now Denver Harris was at UTSA last year.
Yeah.
Like,
and that was Jimbo at some point wanting to go after Nick, and just said, I need to be the #1 recruiting class. And that's going to be a case study of showing you can win your recruiting battle, but it doesn't mean jack squat unless you are recruiting the right guys. I think Sark has the benefit of doing all of it, right? You got the facilities, you got one of the best cities in the world, not even the United States, in the world, in Austin. And now you have a fan base that's ready to go. You're set up for NIL. You've got all of it. Another person who does that is Shane Beamer. Shane Beamer does a great job of going out there and grabbing the right people for his program. And that's why I think he's one of the more criminally underrated coaches in this conference.
Peter Burns, SEC Network. Zay, you got one?
Yeah, Peter, what'd you think of Arch Mania yesterday, and how'd that go? I mean, we just talked about Animal House a little bit. It looked like Arch had on his frat fit yesterday, but he's a cool fellow. What'd you think of it?
Yeah, he did look like he was a part of a fraternity that was getting ready to get kicked off campus, and he had to go testify in front of the student government, hey, we'll never do the hazing thing again. My bad, bro. We're good. I was not shocked that he was going to be the big star. Everybody wanted to be around him, and nor was I shocked, guys, in Zay, that he was going to handle the moment. I mean, you think about if there was anybody who's been around all these moments in his life, this is not anything new for him. So I really enjoyed him. I think he did a good job of kind of tampering it. Hey, man, I haven't played a bunch of football games, but I still think he's got a lot of pressure on him, and I'm excited to see how it plays out. I think, offensively, he's going to be fantastic just because he's playing in Sark's offense right now. So, I mean, he had an opportunity to go anywhere that he wanted, make however much money. But the idea that him and Sark had a plan, and they worked that plan that, hey, you're going to come here, red shirt, you're going to play a little bit, and then we're going to give you the keys. That's the way it used to be done. I mean, that's how it worked for Peyton. That's how it worked for Eli. And I think they can tell, don't do the micro stuff. Look at the macro and look at the overall whole. And that's why I'm high on him.
Yeah. I mean, he was funny, I mean, people are like, yeah, comfortable. They're like, oh, what do you make of all this? You're the Heisman favorite. And he's like, bro, I don't know where they come up with this stuff. I mean, I've played 2 games.
Yeah. And that's the right answer on it.
Yeah.
Honestly. So.
Yeah. And he said that Arch, or maybe Michael Taft said that Archie Manning had told him, keep your answers brief. Just get in, get out. Get in, get out. Don't overtalk.
I was going to say the thing is, and I'll leave you this because I'm going to head on out and I'm taking too much of your guys' time. But the thing is, for this week, it's not so much what the players say, it's how they act. And that's what I take from these guys. I like to watch them move room to room or their interactions with other people. And you could always tell the guys that are on their phones or they're just kind of aloof or they don't want to do any of this stuff. And you can tell guys that are engaged. And I saw every single one of the guys that Texas brought here this week. Obviously not a shock. You have stars. But they just seemed like they were taking the moment in, but they're also ready for the moment. It's going to be a hell of a season.
Okay, before you go,
yeah.
Now that we haven't heard from every team, but do you have a feel right now who you would pick to be in the SEC championship game?
Yeah, I mean, I go back and forth because it feels kind of like how we look at the NFL now, right? Like you can have your favorites, but it's not like 6 years ago. You're like, well, it's clearly going to be Alabama, or it's clearly going to be Georgia, and it's this. I mean, it's going to be some mixture of Texas, Alabama, and I think LSU. I think Georgia takes a slight step down, although I love the kid at Austin Simmons at Ole Miss. I think he's going to be a star in the making. But then it comes down to really what that game is going to be like in Athens. When Texas goes there, I mean, that's
31-game home winning streak right now for the Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Longest in the nation.
And I like Gunnar Stockton. I'm not sold on him being the next Stetson Bennett. I don't think he has a skill set necessarily of Carson Beck. I think the team loves him a lot. But I think the idea that Kirby used to be able to stack talent on talent, like Saban used to be able to stack talent. You can't do that in today's world of college football because of the parity. So, I mean, again, I know it's a cop-out answer, but the fact that we have maybe 5, if not 6 teams that could be in Atlanta, I think is awesome. I think the fact that we can have 30, if not 40 teams be a college football playoff team is great for the sport. So
were you not freaking out though when Brian Kelly said he was lost in the Omni for an hour?
no, I mean, listen, that's BK.
As an LSU guy,
BK can he can try to play the dad jokes a little bit and whatnot. And I'll be honest with you, I've had to go back and forth between our like ESPN interview
it's
rooms.
not easy.
We've had easier situations here, but it's kind of cool to be here at the College Football Hall of Fame and good to hang out with you.
Yeah, Peter Burns, SEC Network. Appreciate
boys.
you, man. Thanks for stopping
Always
by. That was awesome. Peter's one of the good guys in the biz. Nice of him to stop by and chat us up a little bit. I was freaking out when Brian Kelly said he was lost in the Omni for an hour. You're the head coach, dude.
Yeah, I know. Peter giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not. Get some help. That should have been a 10-minute, 5-minute situation.
Don't be the guy that won't stop and get the map. Don't be the guy that won't route your trip.
But like we were talking about on Monday, Chip, is that just his bad humor?
Right. Or is he disconnected, which is my contention, that he's off balance. I don't know why. I don't know if they're having I don't know. He's a good coach. He's the all-time winning coach at Notre Dame. Like he's royalty. He's a made man. But I was so underwhelmed by Brian Kelly this week that I'm like, I don't care how good Garrett Nussmeier is. I don't care how good Whit Weeks and Harold Perkins are. I'm not picking LSU to get to the championship game. Just not.
Oh, Garrett Nussmeier's engaged too.
Oh yeah,
longtime girlfriend. That scares me.
Ooh.
That's a lot of structure.
Ooh. Is that the right call?
No, it's not the right call, but I'm just saying, like, that means he has his life together. Again, when you out here chasing the tail and stuff, that's
well. Before you get into Garrett Nussmeier chasing the tail, will you tell the folks about the Port O'Connor Premier Lodge? Because I
don't have that read.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna find it. Anyway, keep going on what you were talking about there, because
yeah, find that. Let me hit
Garrett Nussmeier and Arch Manning were roommates at the Manning Academy, and Arch said, I asked him probably 200 questions, and then I find out a week later that Garrett Nussmeier's proposed to his fiance, and Arch said he didn't know that was coming.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. Let me hit Covert Bee Cave real quick. Family owned and operated, been serving the greater Austin area for over 100 years. New, pre-owned, it doesn't matter. Covert Bee Cave is the best. So get on out there and get yourself one of their luxury cars, whether it's Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. They will take care of you. They're not talking about quotas and not trying to make you the sleazy sales, like the sleazy car salesman out there. No, they want to help you find a car that you're comfortable with. So go to covertbk.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Yeah, Garrett Nussmeier, that structure in his life, I look at that. That means something. It means he has his head on straight. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could be out there chasing the tail, doing this thing, but he said, no, I want a secure wife that I could come home to, lady I could come home to after a tough game and help me get through things. So respect, Garrett Nussmeier. Respect.
You said it concerns you, so it concerns you too about Mason Shipley?
No, I mean, when I mean concerns, it's because Garrett Nussmeier's on another team.
Oh, I got you.
That's why.
He's about to get happy.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He ain't got to worry about it. He got a good woman by his side. Mason Shipley, I like that. It's the complete opposite of Bert Auburn, who is single as hell and out here on his bachelor stuff.
You make it sound like he is a player, like the women flock to him.
Yes.
They don't do that.
Our boy intern Brock let us know that man Bert Auburn was on 6th Street, nothing but women around.
Yeah, but was he trying and failing, or was he succeeding?
I mean,
like, was he going home alone or not?
I mean, when you got 3 or 4 women around you just hanging out and there's no men, that sounds like a success to me. Like, I don't know where you from, but that sounds like a success story to me. Like,
You are cracking me up.
yeah.
That is cracking me up. Oh man.
So
This is ridiculous. Okay. You know what? We're good. All right, here we go. Listen, if you're looking for a great way to spend a weekend this summer and you don't want to travel halfway across the world to do it, head to Port O'Connor and pay our friends at Port O'Connor Premier Lodge a visit. We're talking fishing and hunting, all kinds of different services and packages that will specifically meet your wants and needs, from bay fishing to flounder gigging to navigation tours, evening cruises. Our friends at Port O'Connor Premier Lodge are sure to provide you with excellent service. Everyone always talks about going to Port A. How about going to Port OC, Port O'Connor, the Premier Lodge? Go to POCPremierLodge.com for more information. If you're a fisherman, fisherwoman, fisher people, and you love the water, what a great getaway. POCPremierLodge.com. Reach out to Captain Rhino. You can call Captain Rhino at 361-210-8494. All right, Zay. Sorry about everything commentary-wise, but our time is up. So let's bring in the fellas from Open Gym, Patrick and Matt.
What's up, guys?
What's up, fellas?
Oh man,
I just got back from Atlanta a little bit ago, so I'm still getting my setup all straight over here, but we're good, I think.
Matt,
no,
I mean, I respect that. I mean, it's been a long week, and I'm staying for the Aggies. I don't even know what I'm doing.
you
Aggies
guys, day 4 is really that's the tough one. Day 4 is the tough one. Arkansas and Kentucky, and like when the Aggies are by far the best team there on day 4, that's a problem.
So do they come out to the to Texas fight?
I think that's the only fair option, right?
Right. Whoops.
All
right, we've taken up too much of y'all's time, but we'll be back tomorrow.
All right, good luck, Chips.
Tomorrow. Appreciate y'all coming on the walk-in. I do think we should. You know what? They shouldn't come in the Texas fight, because I know that then it's like a whole thing, and then Elko can have a joke written for it because he'll be prepared for it. So you got to stick him with another song. Like if you could stick him with like the circus song or some like creepy cult music, I think that would be really fun to do for the Aggies. I think one of those would be great. Yeah, if you have that when he walks up, that would be a lot of fun. Or if you just played like eerie, like serial killer music, that was like something like that. Any of Marilyn Manson's songs? I'm pretty sure he was a guy who wrote music at some point.
Marilyn Manson was a guy that wrote music at some point.
I think he was. So we'll play if someone can find that music, then we'll play that for him when he walks up.
I'm not sure that any of that music is going to be SEC Media Day appropriate, but who knows, right?
I mean, one of his big things was a Beatles song. It was like they wrote Helter Skelter on the walls, and it was the Beatles were talking about impending race riots and things like that, and the race war. I don't think that's what the Beatles were talking about. It was something to that effect. I don't remember the whole Manson family history, but it was something. Jack's right. Gagging for him is bad enough. There we go.
Yeah, I have no comment on the Beatles stuff, but I hopefully they do something to screw it up, because that's the only thing that would make it fair. That I was really impressed with Sark yesterday, coming out and hearing that and just not even acknowledging it. He was so locked in, and he wasn't affected by it at all.
No, yakety sax, another good one, Roy. We pull out some yakety sax for you on the. That's always that's the best one. If your friend's ever driving really fast, like cutting through lanes, and you're the passenger seat, just start playing that, and it'll kind of, really probably get them to either speed up or slow down. Either way, it's going to be a lot more fun for you. To do that, welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. Just got back from Atlanta, being out there at SEC Media Days. How was the feeling out there? Was it a lot of positivity? The vibe I've been getting off of the television is a lot of positivity and a lot of teams pushing that they are going to be much better than they were last year. Last year, no, that's nothing. This year is going to be great.
Yeah, Mississippi State was saying that this morning, and I hate to break it to them, but it's going to be a rough year. I mean, the vibe was very positive. I feel like Texas was kind of the star of the show yesterday, as they probably should be, because they have the biggest star in college football on their roster. So it's it's easy to see why they would be the main focus of attention there. It was fun though, man. Like I love going to that every year. Especially now since doing this show, like I've gotten to know Chip a little bit.
Yeah.
We got to talk a little bit yesterday. I got to do a little, I got to hop on a little early with BK. That was the first time we've actually met in person since I've joined the network. So that was really cool. And then just some of the, getting to know some of the other guys a little bit better, like Eric Henry and Anwar Richardson were both there. I was sitting in between them during the main media thing. I got to talk to both of them a little bit, which, I've been around those guys for a long time, but I got to know Eric a little bit because he was, he does this show sometimes, and we got to introduce ourselves to each other. Yeah, like we got to introduce, because I talk a lot on the radio, obviously, because that's the job. But in my personal life, I'm a little bit quieter. I kind of keep to myself, especially at work, because I'm kind of locked in. So it's nice to just kind of chat with those guys for a little bit. But overall, I was really in my element out there. I got to Atlanta, and I didn't fall asleep. Like, I never sleep well the first night in a hotel ever. So I was up till 4 a.m. and then I woke up at 7:30 a.m. Atlanta time. And then I literally had nothing in my stomach through our radio show except for one Americano from Starbucks. But I was thriving, man. I didn't even realize it until after the show was over, and I was on my way to dinner, and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm starving." It started to kind of crash a little bit. But overall, it was a lot of fun, man. I can't wait to go back next year. I'm not jealous of Chip having to stay until tomorrow after the Aggies go, and that has got to be the most boring day of the week. Not just because it's Texas A&M, Kentucky, Missouri, and Arkansas, I think, which are three of the four most boring teams outside of Mississippi State in the conference. But it's just a long week, and it's the last day. Everybody's kind of drained a little bit. So my heart goes out to Chip there. Hopefully he has a good day tomorrow and can return safe.
No, yeah, day 3 is already pushing of the amount of coach speak I can hear in a week. Yeah. I'm already overloaded on that, so I don't know how tomorrow's going to go watching all that, because it is already at a point of good Lord, that is a lot of coach speak. And it feels like day 1 was maybe a little bit more. The media was a little bit more on it to try and get some questions, and now it's feeding more and more into the coach speak. So tomorrow's going to be interesting, because it's Arkansas, Missouri, and Kentucky to go first, and all three of them have to, not be mean to those coaches. And then we end up with A&M, and there's positivity around the Aggies. That's one program you can actually be a little bit more positive about, but still, we know they're going to come out and say they're going to compete for a national championship, and I just don't think that's true. So, it's always the levels of what people are saying, and you go, all right, is this team want to be a playoff team? You go, yeah, okay, that team could be playing for a playoff, and then that team is going to be like, oh, I'm playing for a play? No, I'm playing for national champion.
Well, I mean, one thing I don't think Mike Elko is going to say this year, which is that they're the flagship university of the state of Texas. I don't know if he said that at SEC Media Day last year, but he said that at some point last year. And I mean, come on, but I feel
they're the only team that's going to have their fight song played twice. That
is true. They're the flagship of the SEC in that sense. But I mean, I think that, I usually only go for one day because it's such an exhausting week. Hopefully next year they have it in Houston. I'll be on Radio Row all week doing the show. But
There you go.
Or sorry, Digital Drive.
Digital Drive. Yes.
Yeah, Digital Drive. But it should be a good end of the week. I think. I just, I think if they wanted to do SEC Media Days a little bit better, this is my pitch to them. Have Ole Miss, LSU, Mississippi State, and call your fourth team Vanderbilt go on one day. Have Texas, Arkansas, Texas A&M, and Oklahoma go on another day. Florida, Georgia, Alabama and Auburn go on another day, and that kind of make it like the rivals all there at the same time.
Yeah,
I think that would make it a lot more fun.
I think they were trying to spread it out and then schedules, and I'm sure that's part of it too. That there's some form of like, oh, we'd rather do Monday or you probably submit whatever days you want to put in, but at the end of the day, it is. I think if they wanted to do it better, they'd do it in 3 days. I think you could make this happen in 3 days, and it would be a little bit more like going and fast and a bit more fast paced. But you get it done in 3, and then the overkill would not be a 4th day, which feels like they know it's a lot because of what teams they put on day 4.
Yeah.
But we'll get into it. I did cut up audio that Matt sent me yesterday, so we do have some Arch audio we'll get into on the show today. I have some Sark audio we'll get on the show from some of the breakouts that weren't on TV, so you may not have heard all of this audio yet. Sark and Arch will play some of that on the show today. If we have time, we'll go into some of these teams and some of the other teams. We didn't get in ones yesterday, so we've got 8 teams right now to get into. Well, tomorrow we'll have 4 more at least, so we'll see how much we get through of all of that, of some of these other teams going through their schedules, kind of seeing where we think they will end up in the SEC. Matt has also shared his final ballot for the SEC. So we'll kind of get Matt, let him go through that and explain why he voted for some of these people and who he thinks are going to be the best players at positions and his SEC ballot. So we'll go into that a little bit as well as we continue on a show today. Remember, you can join the show if you want to join in on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, or on YouTube. You can join in the chat right there on there. And if you were on YouTube, make sure to give us a like and subscribe if you enjoy what you're seeing. And we're also up on the coded text line. 512-222-9328 is where you can hit us up there if you're listening on the app. We appreciate you joining us. But you can join in there. It's a Wednesday, too. We decided to back off of the midweek movie review. We'll push that to another week. There's plenty to talk about with SEC Media Days happening, and to throw in the fact of neither one of us watched it yet, and we normally watch them like on the day of the show, so we're fresh, or the night before. And I've been watching SEC Media Days every day and then cutting up audio, so we did not have a lot of time in it. We thought we'll wait on it, and we'll cover more sports since this is a week that there's actually a lot of stuff, at least a lot of talk happening and people coming out and speaking. It seemed like a better idea.
Yeah, we got we only have so many times during the summer where we can have a full day of sports, right? Like exactly. During the regular season, the content kind of creates itself, but in the summer you gotta take your wins when you can get them, and this week is a big win for us with SEC Media Day. So also big thanks to BK for the swag, by the way. While I was out there, he gave me the Texas Sports Unfiltered hat.
Nice.
And he also got me a polo. So big shout out to BK there. And let's get into it, Patrick, because I'm excited to talk about anything but Mississippi State.
I mean, let's start with Mississippi State. Jeff Levy couldn't wear a tie. Come on, everybody. Let's get into...
Is that meathead of the day?
No, meathead of the day does not go to not wearing a tie. It did really look like he bought that suit 30 pounds ago, though, didn't it?
I haven't even seen it, so I don't know.
Oh, I was watching this morning, and it looked like he bought, because I've worn stuff like that where you wear a suit that maybe you used to be able to wear a little bit better, and then you think, oh no, I'll just put that I'm going to that wedding on like in 2 weeks. I've got a suit. I don't even need to think about it. And then that morning you put it on, and maybe that button's a little tight, a little when you're trying to close it, and you go to put the tie on, and the top button doesn't want to go. So you're like, I don't need a tie, right? That it looked a little bit more like that for Levy this morning.
Oh yeah, I see it now. Yeah, that's all right, Jeff.
Yeah, so Jeff Levy, that was a little bit. I was laughing. No, that was a little. I thought it was funny. By the way, I did. Did you get to have a varsity hot dog while you're there? It's National Hot Dog Day. Did you get to get a varsity hot dog? I've heard great things. I've never been to Atlanta, so I've never had one. But
I did not. I went to dinner after the show at an Italian place with some guys I work with over at the On SI network. So that was the first thing I ate all day.
There's one at the airport though. You could have got one on the way out.
I didn't even know it was there, man. I'll have to try that next time.
I should have texted you this morning, to really try and get one. I've heard him talking about it. I have a good friend who's from Atlanta, and he raves about varsity hot dogs in varsity. So it is National Hot Dog Day. So I hope everybody's getting their intake of hot dogs today.
I'll promise you this, Patrick. When Texas goes to Atlanta for the SEC championship this year, I will get a varsity hot dog.
Okay, I like that. Courtney saying the composite did Texas dirty, moved us from 6 to 7. None of that matters. It's all made up, and none of it matters. If you're getting the guys you want, you're doing awesome. That's really the end of the day. I get that it's a whole network and it's a lot of money that's being made on it. It's silly. Being like this team's 6 today, and then tomorrow they're 7 because we changed. Like, well, why did that change? Why did the star ranking change? Oh, because we needed to fit a narrative. So we changed someone's narrative. We changed it a little bit more, or this guy got recruited. I like there's so much that goes into it. I know, but also at the end of the day, it's not the be all end all if you drop from 6 to 7.
No, it's not. I'm trying to see, did Ohio State did they just redo the rankings, like the player rankings, or did Ohio State get a commit? It looks like they just re-ranked some guys, I guess. At the end of the day, it's July, so it doesn't really matter. And the composite isn't 24/7 Sports' rankings. The composite is a composite ranking of all the major recruiting services rivals on 3 24/7. And I don't know if ESPN's in that or not, but it's a mix of all the rankings together, like an average. So
yeah. No, I think Texas is doing really well right now, and I'm all on board with it. So as long as Sark is getting a lot of the guys he wants to get, I feel pretty good about it. Do you want to get into some Sark audio here? We'll get into Sark and Arch audio, get some of that stuff of what they talked about. This is some of the breakouts they had as they come in, as we try to maybe I see if I can load this stuff up. The way I have to load things on here is a little janky, so it takes a little bit of time when we do this. But we'll try and get into a couple of pieces Sark talked about. He did talk about Arch leading a little bit more, and it's been one of the processes. Is Arch ready to be a leader for this Texas team? Is he taking that step up? We know it took Quinn a little bit of time. Quinn was thrust into it a little bit more, where there wasn't, like, he came to Texas knowing he was going to be the leader, but he was the leader day one he stepped on campus. Like, that's your team, go take it over. And so he went from being 4-string on Ohio State to starter run in Texas on a plane flight. And it feels like Arch kind of had 2 years to get used to it, to get ready for the thought of it. He's had a whole life of being trained to do it, but now he's got some other help. Here's Sark talking about the difference of what he's seen from Arch so far leading the team this year.
Well, I think just being more vocal. He's always been, if not the hardest worker, one of the hardest workers on the team. He's always been a great teammate. He's always been a guy that's been connected to to the teammates in that locker room. I think now more than ever, going into year 3, the bulk of our team is our first, second, third-year players, and all those guys have been his guys. That's who he's been in that locker room with. And so I think just remaining true to himself is what he's done, but yet being a little bit more vocal and having the confidence to do so, and he's earned that right because of the work that he's put in, not only on the football field but in the classroom, and understanding what's important to the program. And there's a great deal of respect for Arch Manning in our locker room. But at the end of the day, they also know they got to do their part. And I think that's the part of being a great team, is that everybody's got a job and a role to do. And he's got responsibility, but so does everybody else to do their part.
There's Arch picking up where he is being more vocal. He understands it. Arch will play some of his clips later. Mentions he talks to Quinn all the time about these things. But yeah, I think he saw the guy who's ready to lead before, and what it takes of taking over the entire locker room. And that's what Arch has tried to do this offseason. And I think you saw it at media days. He was handling himself a little bit more I think he's starting to understand the business side. I think when he hits week 1, he'll understand the difference of the business side versus kind of where he's been before. So during camp and everything else, that's a little bit easier to be a leader on. When you get to week 1 and when it becomes a pressure and you're doing that post game, whether they win or lose, that post game at the end of the day, when everybody's going to want to ask Arch what went right, what went wrong, and they're trying to throw your teammates under the bus, or they're trying to throw you under the bus, or whatever it is, I think that's when we'll see Arch really have to step up in front of us as the new leader. But it's good to hear behind the scenes everybody says he's been leading pretty well and stepping into that new, more vocal role.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that was one thing that impressed me about Quinn so much over the last couple of years is no matter how he performed in a game, no matter what the result of that game was, he was always steadfast and, propping up his teammates and saying the right things and being a leader, in press conferences and in the locker room and after the game, all those different things. And I expect Arch to do the same. He talked a lot about what he learned from Quinn over the last couple of years, which we'll get into in a minute. But it's good to see that everybody is noticing what he is becoming as a leader of this football team, because you're whether you like it or not, if your quarterback is not one of the top leaders on your football team, then you're going to have a tough time, because it's the most important position on the field. It's the one that bears the most responsibility. They're the position that gets all the credit when things go right, and they get all the blame when things go wrong. And he's already starting to step up and fill that role. And I think it's only going to help Texas in the long run to have him in that position for a couple of years is going to be huge for the program.
Yeah, I mean, we've all had a job where we've said the phrase, like, that's above my payroll, or we've all had the phrase of, like, no, you got to ask him, he earns the big money. That's Arch. Mm-hmm. Arch earns the big money now. And when you were the backup and he said he wasn't taking an NIL, and who knows how much that's real and how much of that was, charity or whatever else. But now that's out the window. He can take whatever he wants now. We know he's got a bunch of deals that he's signed. And so when you're making that money, and who knows what the revenue sharing is on the other side either, everybody in that locker room knows that is the guy. And so you have to lead. And when you don't tell people what to do, now 3 people below you may take that silence as 3 different objects and 3 different objectives. And maybe that'll push the place where now teams start to separate, because instead of one head of leadership in that locker room, the wide receivers are saying, I don't think our offensive line's blocking enough to get time out there. And the offensive line is saying the wide receivers aren't getting open. And the running backs are saying they're not handing the ball off enough. And if Arch Manning tells, hey, this is what the game plan is, this is what Sark and I talked about, this is what we all talked about in the team meeting, let's go, that cleans a lot of that up. And so you have to be vocal, because silence lets everybody else make their own opinions. And so it's good to hear that. We also got the question about, is Sark going to allow more designed runs? We know Quinn had a little bit of speed that he could get outside. He wasn't blowing past many people, but he was one of the 55 players who have claimed they hit 20 miles per hour on the whatever tracking device that they had at practices. But we saw Quinn, they never really wanted to run Quinn. And it was talked about a lot. Do not run Quinn, and take a knee and throw the ball away, Quinn. Don't run the ball. Now you have Arch Manning. You ran design plays for Arch Manning last year. You just used him as a running back. And now, if he's your starter and you don't necessarily know what you have behind him, where last year Quinn Ewers goes down, you have Arch Manning. Now we know there's Trey Owens. We know there's KJ Lacey, but we don't know, is that guy a walk-in 2 wins, 3 wins? We don't know that anymore. I think we like to think that there is, but we don't know that. The same way with Arch. We all felt pretty confident Arch can handle his for a few games. So is Sark going to have design runs? Here's what Sark had to say about the possibility of some design runs for Arch Manning.
Whatever the game calls for. We're going to have. We've even in the past we've had variances to quarterback runs. When it was Hudson or Casey back early on, even with Quinn at different times, we probably would have done it a little bit more with Quinn had he been a little bit more healthy, especially later in the year. Arch obviously possesses that athleticism and that physicality. We'll probably never major in that, but there may be a game when it's required. And our job is to try to walk out of every stadium with a W, and whatever that is needed that day, we'll try to execute and get done. But he does give us that flexibility to do some different things.
There's a couple of pieces of that I like. Is first off that he brings up that he doesn't just shoot it down, or doesn't say, I'm not going to tell you the playbook, which is kind of Sark's MO for the first couple of years. Well, I'm not going to tell you what we're going to do. He leaves it open, but I think he knows a little bit more, especially in that red zone. We got to score in the red zone. We cannot leave this up to field goals. We cannot come away empty on trips. I don't care if he's my starting quarterback. Sometimes he's going to have to run the ball if we got to get the ball in the red zone.
Yeah, and I think that that's just kind of indicative of how different this offense is going to be next season. This is something that I wanted to ask Sark, but I never really got the chance to do it, and I'll probably ask him about it before the season starts. I would imagine, but Arch and Quinn have two completely different types of skill sets. Quinn is more of a pocket guy, accuracy. Kind of a more methodical quarterback, and Arch is just a grip it and rip it athletic. He's going to take risks, and he's going to be able to open up the playbook a little bit more because of that. He's going to be able to roll out more and be on the move a little bit more. And sometimes he's going to have to, what if it's a bad weather game, or what if the defense that they're facing, like a Florida or a Georgia, is really locking down the receivers, a really young receiver group. Now you got to go back to Arch and say, hey, we're going to run some zone reads. We're going to call some design QB run plays and those kinds of things. And that's just something that they would not have been able to do last year as much with Quinn. He could run when the occasion called for it. Like we saw him go for almost a 50, 60-yard touchdown run against Baylor at one point in his career when he was healthy. But last season, given the injuries that he had, that was never really in the recipe. So it kind of hamstringed the offense just a little bit. Now with Arch in there, who can run like 21, 22 miles an hour when he gets up and going down the field, it's just going to open things up so much more and give them the opportunity to be a lot more versatile, which is a word that Sark has been using a lot. It's just going to make them more versatile on the offensive side of the football.
Yeah, I think too, it's, you just add in the fact if a team is getting a pass rush in, we don't know this offensive line. We know that they're new. They know that it's not the same offensive line. Now, they could be great, and pass rush may not be an issue. But if you have a team that is starting to get a good pass rush on Arch, running design run plays is how you kind of make them back off that. Quick passes, design run plays. And those things, when a defensive end and edge comes flying around Arch, and Arch is 10 yards downfield already, and he's turning around trying to figure out what happened because he thought he had the quarterback and it was a draw. I think those types of plays, those are the ones that you can kind of use a little bit more that he wasn't feeling. And Greg, I'll throw this in. Arch said in his meeting he did not have a concussion. He was asked point blank by Kirk Bowles, did you have a concussion? He said no. So I can't tell you whether that's true or not. I can tell you that Kirk Bowles point blank asked the question, and Arch said he did not. So that's that. Take that for what it's worth. That's what he said. And I'll throw another one for you, Greg. You talk about the defense being legit, but the offense taking a step back. I do want to talk about. Sark did talk about, I'll say, a little bit about building a championship team and needing all of the aspects to come in correctly. So here's Sark talking about really building that championship team, taking that next step forward, trying to get over this hump that Texas has now been to the playoffs 2 years in a row, but hasn't been able to get even to the national championship game, what they need to do to get there. Here's Sark on all of that.
Yeah, I think for me, having been on some real championship teams that have won championships and teams that have played for championships, it really starts on defense, right? I mean, all those great teams that I've been a part of, we had great defenses. And the years when we didn't win it, that was probably where the chink in the armor was maybe on the defensive side. But that's really how you get there. When you start playing the elite teams against the elite teams, you got to find a way to keep out of the end zone. And we've been proud of the work that we've done defensively. We've grown, exponentially from one year to the next. We've improved, and when we needed areas of improvement, we attacked it. 2 years ago, we were not a very good pass defense. We came back last year, we dramatically improved that, whether it was the addition of a player or two, adjusting some of the scheme. So we're forever trying to evolve. PK's done a tremendous job. We've lost some coaches. We brought in new coaches. They've done a good job. But at the end of the day, there's a belief in playing great defense in Austin, Texas. And so I think that's probably one of the biggest misnomers about me is people think, he's just a quarterback guy who wants to throw the ball. We believe in running the ball, as everybody here knows, on offense. And we believe in playing great defense and hard-nosed, tough defense. And we're going to need to do that again this year. I think this year now more than ever is probably our deepest, defensive roster. Where we've got great depth with a multitude of guys that can go in there and play at a high level, which is we all know in September and early October in Austin you need that because of the weather.
So there's Sark talking about it and saying it is about the defense. It is. This does require a great effort from the defense, but I think that there's a little bit overall thrown into it. He knows he is trying to build this defense. And we see every defensive coach at the media days talking about fixing their offense. And every offensive coach is probably about fixing their defense. Sark doesn't have to talk about fixing his defense. But I think he doesn't want to get caught up in the hype train of Arch Manning in that world and says, yeah, the offensive line is going to need a few games to get together. We've got to figure out the circle of trust on offense. Just because we didn't have a summer game, we had camp, we feel better about some guys, but we need to see what everybody comes back as. I think this offense, everyone will feel more comfortable about this offense once they come back from camp and once they come back from summer and get into camp, and we start to see who starts to separate themselves, who came back in the best shape, who came back learning the playbook even better, who was working on their routes, who built the chemistry with Arch over summer. I think once we see that, this offense will feel much more in place. And when he talks about the defense, I think we already feel somewhat confident because of last year. He lost some pieces, but he keeps saying, we've got people behind it. That's also his way of saying, don't worry about the defensive line. Don't worry about the secondary. I know he lost key pieces, but we still got a lot left in the tank in those spots. I agree. There's like the safety room. You get Michael Taft back, and now there's a overwealth in the safety room. You keep hearing positive things about in the secondary. And so now it comes to the offensive side of the ball, and it is, let's see who separates when they get back from camp. And maybe then we'll all feel a little bit more comfortable with where this team is overall, that it seems like we're in a little bit better hands. And now we know who we're going to see catching the ball at the wide receiver position.
I mean, yeah, and it's not just the wide receiver position either. I mean, the wide receiver position is going to be a bit of an unknown in certain spots. Like, what you have in DeAndre Moore. You think you know what you have in Ryan Wingo. But we haven't seen Jack Endries or Emmett Mosley V play in the Texas offense. We haven't seen Parker Livingstone on the field yet, any of these younger receivers like Khalif Lockett or Dalen McCutcheon or Jamie French. So it is largely dependent on how those guys push forward and get themselves ingrained into this offense and how they come back from the summer and the improvements that they've made. Also, it's going to help tremendously to have CJ Baxter back in the running back room. Mm-hmm. Obviously, I mean, that he was a huge piece that was missing last year, and it really kind of I feel like set them back in a big way last year, even though Trey Wisner had a tremendous year, leading returning rusher in the SEC, as we talked about yesterday. But now you get two bell cow running backs coming back, and you can turn yourself into these, potentially turn yourself into one of these Alabama teams of the past that had 2 or 3 NFL running backs on their roster, and you got weapons on the outside, and you got a quarterback who can throw the ball deep and run, and all these different things. So, I totally agree. It's I caution people to doubt this offense with all of the new pieces. I understand where they're coming from in that sense, but just given the skill set of Arch Manning, the different skill sets of these wide receivers, the replenishment in the running back room with CJ Baxter, I truly, truly believe that this is going to be one of the top offenses in the country. And I have a feeling that's why Sark didn't talk about it too much, because he's very confident in what he has on that side of the football. And if you're talking about the defense, I mean, you look at the losses on the defensive side of the ball last year with Jahdae Barron and Alfred Collins and, Vernon Broughton and some of these other guys. The fact that you can lose those players and say that this is your deepest defensive unit that you've had since you've been at Texas, I think that's a very strong statement. I believe that, he's very happy with what he got in the transfer portal with the 4 defensive tackles and Brad Spence and, the emergence of Colton Vasek, I think, is going to be a huge thing to watch. So, I mean, this is going to be a very, very deep football team on the defensive side of the ball. So even if this offense, does take a quote unquote step back, which I don't think it will, I think it's going to be a lot more open. But let's say it does take a step back. I think that that defense is going to be so deep, and it has potential to be even better than the number one defense in the country last year.
Yeah,
I think Sark's very confident in what he has.
No, and I mean, you talk about Trey Wisner, and that's something else you look at and you say, again, why I say you're going to want to figure out who is, the people. It's because it's not just us, it's Sark figuring it out. Trey Wisner, the CJ Baxter injury set you back, not necessarily because CJ Baxter, which is a huge part of it, but also because of when it happened. And look, those things will happen throughout the season. You're going to lose players. It is what it is. It's football. It's an injury-driven sport. I mean, it happens. But you go against Colorado State, 5 attempts. He had 8 attempts at Michigan. He had 6 attempts versus UTSA. Then he gets up to 13 and has 88 yards versus Mississippi State. He gets up 118 yards against Oklahoma, 15 versus Georgia, 17 versus Vanderbilt, 17 versus Arkansas, 26 versus Kentucky. You see it just ramp up and amp because they started to figure out Trey Wisner was the guy. And okay, Trey's getting it, but it took a little bit of time to get there. I think you want to see that earlier than later with the wide receivers. What I bring that up is, in the running back room, if you have a plethora of running backs, you feel okay about it. Doesn't mean, someone's getting in there and running the ball. Last year, that wasn't necessarily the case. Early on, you were a little bit worried about it. Jaden Blue would be the guy, but then he would get, it wasn't working, or he'd fumble the ball and you kind of get behind. And so you just didn't have as many options. And you as a fan, get a little bit more thrown off on it pretty early on, because you're like, if this guy doesn't, who's behind him? You were looking, in the running back room, looking behind you, trying to think, who's next? Like, what are you going to do? They brought in Velton Gardner, and the guy never even got to play because of injury. Like, that's how bad that room was snake bit last year. And it could happen again at that room. It could happen in any room. Knock on wood, we don't want it to, but you never know that those things happen in football. We know Oklahoma dealt with it at wide receivers last year. I mean, they just had a huge amount of wide receiver issues. Texas found a way to make it work. And I think that gives me more confidence that Sark has recruited well, has people that he believes can come in and play. And then it's really about what can you pull off. And once we see who's there, us feeling how we felt with Trey Wisner week 6 was a lot different than we felt about Trey Wisner in week 1. Week 1, we didn't know. He was still Contravian Wisner to us in week 1. He's Trey Wisner week 6. Like, we feel pretty good about him. After that Oklahoma game, oh, did you see Trey? Oh, yeah, Trey's over there. You feel much better about him after that Oklahoma game. And so I think that's where we're just like, all right, if you get through, Ohio State's going to be rough. We know that. But Ohio State's doing the exact same thing we are. They have players that they're not sure about. They had a bunch of players drafted too. So they're going to be worried about those positions as well. It's going to be a feeling out game for both teams. And then it is just get ready for Florida. And I think Sark will have guys and have his guys ready. Again, we'll say, when did Trey Wisner get his first double-digit carries and 88 yards? Mississippi State, first SEC game. So I think Sark will figure it out by then. That gives me a little bit more confidence in building that team. And by the end of the season, it is a war of attrition, but I feel confident that Sark will be able to put it together.
Yeah, I mean, if you just to your point, just to kind of explain it a little bit to everybody, in a little bit different of a way that to emphasize your point. When CJ Baxter enters fall camp before the season starts, he's the number one guy. They're building their offense with him as a major focal point. Goes through a couple practices, season-ending injury, very unfortunate. And then behind him, you have a kind of known in Jaden Blue, but you've never really seen Trey Wisner carry the ball.
Yeah,
Christian
and
Clark's
Jaden Blue also is somewhat of a boutique back and somewhat used in certain situations. So not necessarily a guy who's an every down back.
Right. And then you talk about Christian Clark, who they were very excited about, but then he gets injured in fall camp. So now, like, you're going into the season with two guys that you really don't know a whole lot about. I mean, Jaden Blue didn't really come into the equation in 2023 until in the second half of the season, like after the Jonathan Brooks injuries, when he really got going. I mean, he had a good game here and there in cleanup duty, but he was never a feature back either. So now you've got two guys who are capable of being a feature back. And if one gets banged up, you got the other one. If the other one gets banged up, you got the other one. And you've got four more guys behind them who now Sark is also very confident about. Jarrett Gibson got a bunch of touches last year. So you're just so much more confident about that room now. And it's going to pay huge dividends for this offense, I think.
I agree. Let's listen to Sark talk about that running back room and what he's excited about getting Baxter back and just the entire room.
Yeah, I think CJ's coming along. We had a nice visit here about 2 weeks ago of just kind of where he was at. And there's always going to be days when you're coming off of a significant injury like his where he feels great and he looks great. And there's other days where maybe he's a little bit frustrated because he's not quite where he wants to be yet. And that's okay. And like I told him, I said, we got a long season of play. And the last thing I want to do is throw him out there when he's not all the way to where I know he mentally can play at an extremely high level. But he is exactly on track of where we would hope he would be right now. He's doing everything we're asking of him. Training camp, that's the next phase, right, when we get to that. And so ideally, yeah, that's a great compliment with Trey and Cedric working together. But I'll be honest with you, I'm fired up about Jarrett Gibson, what he did as a true freshman for us last year. I'm fired up about Christian Clark, of how far he's come back. And so that room's solid for us. We feel good about the room. We're probably going to need all those guys and James Simon and Ricky Stewart too. Just knowing the grind of what this league is about, not to mention the non-conference schedule. Then you start looking at the playoffs and things of that nature. We're going to need all those guys. And so I love the trajectory of Cedric, but I also like the depth of that room and the quality of depth in that room.
Talking about the depth at the running back position, there's Sark speaking at SEC Media Days yesterday. Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the point is, I think, after last year too, Sark is saying, give me 35 running backs. give me as many as they can possibly find. I don't care. We get 105 spots, 20 extra spots go to running backs. I just need to have somebody that I can hand the ball off to because it is a big piece. Sark always has a 1,000-yard rusher, and he got Trey Wisner there last year. But Sark is really big on having a 1,000-yard rusher, and it's felt the last few years. I remember doing a pregame 2 years ago, and the question was who was going to be the 1,000-yard rusher because we didn't know Jonathan Brooks was going to break out like he did. And so it was CJ Baxter, Jonathan Brooks. And then Jonathan Brooks broke out and had an amazing season. And then we know CJ Baxter's coming back sophomore season. Now he is the clear answer. And it ends up being Trey Wisner. It feels again like CJ Baxter is the clear answer, but you want to be able to have multiple options because you don't know. And that's what I'm saying. The last couple of years, you just didn't know who it was going to be. And then it turns out, he's going to find somebody. He's going to get that run game to work. He's a great play and a great schematic guy to get guys open, find the ways. He's really good at finding different ways to use running backs that favors the way they run. And I think when you see that, what he really likes about looking at the running back room is I can use that guy in that formation. I can use that guy on that type of play, and I can use that guy over here. And I can use these guys, and they're all different pieces in my puzzle of trying to beat defenses. And they get harder and harder in the SEC. So I think that is kind of where you see with the depth for Sark now is not only, please, God, make sure I have 3 healthy running backs on my roster every single week. I didn't like having to have people. I didn't like having to line up linebackers in my running back room in case somebody went down during a game. And then and then on the other side of it, as many different toys as I can play with that I can bring somebody out. And even if it's 2-3 carries for Clay or, Jarrett Gibson, 2-3 carries, but those are important carries, then those guys are very important on my team.
Yeah. I mean, there was points last year after the CJ Baxter injury where, we were hearing things about edge rusher Darian Gillette linebacker and edge rusher, moving to running back and getting some carries in there. I mean, that's the kind of situation the room was in. Now you're in a situation where you've got 6 guys who you could throw out there at any given time. And I don't think that they're going to try to put too much pressure on guys like Ricky Stewart or James Simon to be ready to step up to the plate week 1. I would be surprised to see them get a lot of carries early on. But, well, let me rephrase that a little bit. I don't think that you're necessarily going to see those carries for those guys early on. I do think that they're going to have them ready to go just in case, though, because of, of what happened last year. You're going to have a bunch of guys that you can throw out there in different situations and all that stuff. But I think the real, key to the entire thing is just CJ Baxter coming along in his recovery. And I really like what Sark said about, physically he's right on track, right? But we don't want to rush him out there until he's mentally ready.
Yes.
I think that that's a huge luxury that they have because of the deepness of the running back room.
100%.
If this was last year and, let's say Jonathan Brooks had come back or something like that, and he was, in line to play and CJ Baxter had gotten hurt, they probably would have been a little bit more, forceful about getting Jonathan Brooks out there because they didn't know what else they had behind him. Now you know what you have behind him, so you don't have to panic and you can let him kind of evolve into the bell cow as the early season goes along. So it's just a great situation for them.
And I look, we could definitely see him because shout out Colin Page got some run last year too because they were pulling him out. Colin Page out of Anderson looked decent too. I mean, those were throwaway minutes, but he looked decent out of Anderson. So shout out to Colin Page. But yeah, you could see them in those. That's one of the things you do in non-conference is how many guys can we put in these games? How many snaps can we give where we give our guys a little bit of rest? And then, you give it to Colin Page last year because there isn't another guy deeper, and that's not a shot at Colin Page. It's just kind of what it is. That would have gone to a Clay last year, or would have gone to a younger guy. Those couple carries he got, he did great in that situation. I'm happy he got to do it. But now I think those are those may be Clay downs. Those may be Simon downs. Those may be somebody that's a little bit, younger to just get them in a game. You get the 4 games now to redshirt as well. So you want to put some of these guys in situations where you feel maybe they'll get, just so they understand what playing in DKR. What's it all about? How does that feel to go out there and get those games in? So we could see those carries for some of those guys. And then, for Simon, unless he's returning punts, I think they would try to keep him out of as many games as possible so he could redshirt just to give him that little bit. At the end of the day, you always know running backs, the goal for a running back, not for the school, is to get them out as quick as possible because you have mileage. 28 years old is when you start to run out, whether you went whether you went pro at 25 or 22, 28, they're going to start looking at you different. So you might as well go as early as you can to try and get in and get that second, third contract and make some real money. But
but also to your point as well about that non-conference schedule. This is also an opportunity with a potentially 16-game long season. This is an opportunity to keep some of those miles off of Wisner and off of Baxter and make sure that they're fresh once you get into SEC play, because the last thing you want is for CJ Baxter and Trey Wisner to have 15, 20 carries each, going into the Florida game. Now you can kind of pick and choose where you use those guys. I would not expect to see them play a whole hell of a lot against like Sam Houston or San Jose State or I can't remember the third non-con that at home off the top of my head, but it'll help them keep them fresh throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean it is that world too of you go CJ Baxter is going to be a guy you watch all season long, and every time he's on the ground for more than 2 seconds, all of our hearts will be in there every time. You just have those certain players. Xavier Worthy became that guy, and he kept popping up. But it was there's the guys that stay down a little bit and get banged up a little bit. CJ Baxter got banged up a lot his freshman season. He came back into games, but he just kind of got banged up and walked off the field a lot last in his freshman season. Now we know he had a major injury, that he is going to be somebody that you definitely try to put it down. But yeah, San Jose State, UTEP, Sam Houston, those 3 games are fully on the games where you're going to try and, use your guys, try some things out, not show too much. You've got to still beat all those teams. UTEP is not necessarily given if you don't show up. All these teams, if you don't show up, can at least put a fight up for you, and then you have to play your guys in the third, fourth quarter, which you don't want to do. So go out there and do what you got to do. Put that lead up, get that separation, go out at halftime, and then hopefully change it up. That's what you want to do.
Well, I was just going to say, if anybody's curious about why there is so much emphasis on CJ Baxter, it's not just because he's a 5-star running back and he's a talented guy or whatever. I've talked about my buddy Brooks Austin a lot. He's one of the smartest football people I know. He told me that CJ Baxter is Najee Harris in this offense.
In college, Najee Harris. Yeah, make sure.
Yeah, college Najee Harris in this offense.
Two-eyed college Najee Harris is not fireworks Najee Harris.
And when Sark had Najee Harris on that Alabama football team, they were extremely difficult to beat.
I mean, we saw freshman season. We saw glimpses of what CJ Baxter has the potential to be. So I think that's why we talk about it, because we saw it. And I mean, you're talking about a true freshman walking in, and that's not an easy position to play, true freshman, because the guys are much bigger and faster than they are in high school. And that it's really funny because guys like CJ Baxter and some of these, you're like, you didn't get hit in high school, did you? And they go, no one touched me. Maybe I bounced off one linebacker, like a lineman, and then I broke it and I was gone. But though I didn't get touched, I didn't get tackled very often in high school. Some of those guys did not get. Cedric Alexander, the kid who's in Vanderbilt now, right? That came out. He didn't touch a lot in high school. And so I think that, when you get in and all of a sudden you're going to get hit and hit hard by very big men. And, you went from playing the oldest kids were your age to now the oldest kids are 23, 24 years old. That it changes a little bit of how those hits rack up on you. So I think we see what he's going to be able to do. I did like Sark was also asked about opening up the playbook for Arch. And this is something that we know for Quinn. It took him a little bit of time, and maybe you'd open up a little bit and then shut it back down. And that was also partially due to injuries where Quinn would try and overextend. But, his last season here at Texas, he had the oblique injury. So he wasn't able to force the ball downfield as much. So maybe pull back a little bit on the playbook. They talked about Arch, though, and being the benefit of 2 years sitting behind him. Now, he doesn't have the time on the field, but he knows the playbook now. He's learning, he knows this system. He knows these pieces. Is he going to be able to come in and open up the playbook? Here's what Sark had to say about that yesterday.
Well, I think so. That's the beauty of a guy not having to get forced into playing when he first arrives and creating bad habits and doing those things. And so, he's got a chance to learn and to grow. He's got some great experience, too. I'll take two starts and playing a whole nother half of football in another game and getting thrown into some critical moments of some other games. And so, but I think what we've learned him for 2 years too. And we've got a sense and feel of things that he does really well. And we can highlight those things all the while, still staying true to systematically who we are and making sure that we're highlighting the players around him. And he's got a great cast around him that I think is setting up for him to have a nice season. And again, we've got work to do in training camp. We are far, far away from the finished product, but just his rapport with the receivers and tight ends already today from where we were, at the start of spring is light years ahead of where we were.
There you go. Sark talking about opening up the playbook. It's like, yeah, Arch has got it figured out. We know where it is, and now it is how much of the playbook do we feel comfortable with the entire team? We got to talk about Jack Endries has got it as a tight end. There's a lot he has to know how to do because you're talking about all the checks. And is he going to chip a guy? Is he going to try and fully block a guy? Is he going to go, where does Arch want him to go? And all of those little pieces that you need to know on a bunch of different formations and plays because Sark's going to stick stuff out there. And, Emmett Mosley has to fall in that. Ryan Wingo missed some time. DeAndre Moore is probably the closest one because he's played the most downs and probably played with Arch more than anybody has over the last couple of years. So I think that's more the question of, well, how much of the playbook can we run with this roster? Not just Arch. Arch knows it, but it doesn't do me any good if he rolls out and looks for a wide receiver who's not there.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter how well Arch knows that play. So we have to make sure we have everybody involved in that, opening up the playbook.
Yeah, and I think that's if you're going to try and pick a concern about Texas's offense next year, it's just going to be all of the new faces and them, knowing where to be at the right time. Because with Quinn in this offense last year, Gunnar Helm always knew where he was supposed to be. He was always open in the right spot or always making the right, chip or block at the line. He and Quinn were like two sides of the same coin. So who is that guy for Arch Manning this year? You mentioned it already. It's probably DeAndre Moore. But if they can find another guy that can get to that point, whether it's Jack Endries or whether it's Ryan Wingo or somebody else that emerges, it's gonna do wonders for how open this offense can be and how much they can run. I mean, if you want my dark horse pick for who that's going to be, I think it's Parker Livingstone.
100%. I'm with you.
He's very good friends with Arch. They spend a ton of time with each other. They're roommates. They work out together all the time. They're really good friends. I have a pretty good feeling that he's going to be a guy that knows exactly what Arch is thinking when he's thinking it. And I think it's going to help him get on the field very, very early for Texas and make an impact. And I'm not saying it's going to be like the Colt McCoy, Jordan Shipley thing where they were just like literally sharing a brain on the field. But this year you're going to start to see some of those similarities where they just know where to be with each other at all times. So
I think that is the case because I think DeAndre Moore, and we know this out of Sark's offense, DeAndre Moore can do a lot of things without catching the football. DeAndre Moore is very important on every play, whether he's catching the ball or not, because he is a really good blocker. He can do, he knows how to run decoys. He knows how to do a lot of different things. And so you need to have, we know Ryan Wingo is going to be Ryan Wingo. I'm not worried about him. And, there is a certain amount of guys like Ryan Wingo too. Even if you don't have the best rapport, Arch and Wingo are going to connect a lot next season. We know that. Mm-hmm. But again, one guy is not a championship roster. If you're throwing it to one guy every time, you're not winning the championship. You got to have some other people. So when you say, well, now we look at when was Quinn Ewers really killing it? He has Jay Witt out there handling the dirty business and then getting some big catches for him, doing some big things. He's got Isaiah Bond or somebody like that that's coming across, Matthew Golden, somebody like that who's come across and taking care of business. And then he's got Xavier Worthy that can go out there and be the big dog wide receiver. I think those, when he has multiple different people that are out there for him, and then a tight end as well in Gunnar Helm, which, that's now you're hoping Jack Endries falls into that role. I've heard nothing but good things about what Endries has been able to do, but you really want to start to build up the rapport with a few guys and then start to expand it out and say, for Ohio State, there needs to be Jack Endries and 3 receivers in that circle of trust. And now whether it's Emmett Mosley, whether it's French or any of those young guys that we did not name, Khalil Lockett or any of those, that's great. Mm-hmm. But I think those guys are going to be, used sparingly as you get in, and you'll build more rapport as time goes. But you really need that tight end and 3 guys and then build from there. And if you can find that by week 1, then you'll have that opened up playbook a little bit more of, we know we can stick this guys out and run 95% of our playbook. And then everybody else, we have our pieces where they know exactly what to do on those. And maybe that's some of the younger tight ends as well getting out on little different plays.
Well, I mean, if you just look at last season, I mean, when did Texas's offense really start to take off and become what it was truly capable of being? I mean, we're not going to count Colorado State and those early games because those were just overmatched teams. But when Matthew Golden really got thrust into the forefront and became that guy, now you had multiple different pieces because it was expected to be Isaiah Bond. That never really worked out in part due to injury or whatever. But when Matthew Golden emerged as this team's number 1 wide receiver and got on the same page with Quinn and became his go-to guy at the receiver position, that's when the offense really became what we expected it to be. So Arch has got to find that guy this year, whether it's Parker Livingstone or Khalil Lockett or whatever, but I do think he's going to find him.
Let's hit Sark also talked about this. We talked about a little on the show yesterday about muzzling Michael Taft. But he talked about the communication in the secondary and in the defense. And that was a huge step forward. When that defense started to get better, the communication got much better. It's a really difficult thing to do, but it's really, really important. Sark talked a little bit about trying to make sure that while you start losing players and you lose Makuba and you lose Jade Barron, you lose some of these guys that were being very communicative. You can say it, communicative, whatever pieces. You start to lose some pieces that were talking a lot. Now you're able to replace that, and how they're trying to make sure in practices that they can get that communication up to par and where it needs to be in this season.
Well, I think you force it, right? One is I think that's where our Culture Wednesdays come into play. We force those relationships, right? We force that vulnerability, that transparency off the field. Two, I think Coach Aquina and Coach Orfe have done a tremendous job of forcing that communication in practice. And there's days when we have to put a muzzle on Michael Taft. He does not get to communicate. And that forces Jelani McDonald has to communicate. Derek Williams has to communicate. Jalen Gilbo has to communicate. Manny Muhammad has to communicate. Forcing these other guys, and then that trickles down to Xavier Filsaime, Jordan Johnson-Revelle, Grayson Littleton. I mean, there's a lot of great players back there. So sometimes Taft knows it so well that we let those other guys, because communication is a two-way street. And so it's been extremely helpful. I think we are communicating at a really high level right now. Do we have room to grow? For sure. We got a long way to go on that. But that's the part where Arch and the offense have to tax the defense to force that communication to make sure that they don't want to get beat on big plays because they're not all on the same page.
I love that part at the end too, because it's funny because he's talking about we have to muzzle Michael Taft because that guy, they keep calling him the coach on the field. You heard that a ton yesterday. And, that guy's going to be vocal. He wants to go win. He wants to do it. But you have to say, you're not going to be on the field 100% of those plays. And God forbid anything happen that you're going to miss a game. We need everybody on this field, every play, to be communicating at top level. And I love that they're aware of it. And they're building towards that. And then I love the end. And then we put Arch out there. And when we hear them not communicating, we stick Arch and call some long balls. And just watch Arch just torch him twice and then go, think you maybe should have talked about that when he saw a guy float across and y'all just all looked at each other and no one said anything and you didn't have the communication ready and you didn't know. And I ran one of my little plays where I'm running screens and everything else and a guy gets wide open. If I can call the play, anybody can call the play. So you guys need to communicate. I love that he's trying to push it and using that offense when they think they've got it all figured out, you change it up a little bit and make them realize why that communication is so important.
Yeah, and even if Michael Taft plays every meaningful snap of this season,
true,
and doesn't get injured, he's gone after this year, right? And Anthony Hill's gone because if he passes up a top 5 NFL draft selection, then I don't know what to tell you. That would just be crazy. But the two biggest communicators on your defense are going to be gone after this season, regardless.
Yes.
So you have to start to try to develop the communication in the back end of the secondary and at the linebacker position, all those things, just projecting down the line to begin with. But it's going to be so big having Michael Taft back there. I don't know that there's a smarter player in college football than Michael Taft. So even when he's not, like, they have to muzzle him and he's not communicating back there, I guarantee you after that play is over where that secondary got torched by Arch on a long ball or whatever the case may be, he's over on the sideline talking to those guys and still teaching them, hey, you needed to do this. You needed to call this, this little switch and go over here or whatever the case may be. So it's good that they're trying to force guys into those roles and get them ready for, an injury or even if it's just next season or whatever the case may be. And I also love that little part at the end with Arch because there's not a lot of opportunities to be able to send a message to your defense with your star quarterback in practice. Like you run your plays and you do whatever the case, but the fact that you can just go out there and be like, all right, Arch, burn him. Like I just think that's so cool. And it's going to help them in the long run for sure.
And let's be real. He even mentioned in there, it's a two-way street. And, if Michael Taft and Anthony Hill are yelling at every play and somebody else sees something those guys don't see and they don't say anything, That's still a broken play. That's
Mhm.
still something that you're going to get burned. If a DB realizes something's happening and does not communicate, or a linebacker or a lineman or whoever it is doesn't say something, that's still a way to lose a game. So you have to sometimes go, I need everyone to be comfortable to say what's happening, because it doesn't matter. Michael Taft can't be 50 yards away running down and trying to be the back end covering a play, and they're running a screen, running a little fly route across the middle, a little slant across the middle, and he can't turn around and be like, switch. You can't.
You know what a great example of that is, Patrick? It was probably the biggest play of the year for Texas outside of the Jack Sawyer interception return for a touchdown. It was probably the biggest play of the year for Texas. End of the first half against Ohio State, there's a miscommunication on defense. Travion Henderson takes a screen pass, 75 yards for a touchdown.
Yep.
Gives Ohio State the lead back at the end of the half, taking back the momentum from Texas.
Yep, 100%.
If there had been somebody else there who could have communicated, hey, they're doing a screen, or like whatever the case, like maybe that play doesn't happen, and maybe that completely shifts the dynamic of the game going forward. So all this can come down to a single play that can change your season. Exactly. So making sure that everybody's ready on the same page is going to be critical.
100%. Let's do one more before we take a break. This will be the last one from Sark we play, but it was talking about recruiting, big recruiting day yesterday. And, as that news was trickling out, people were asking questions, and he talks a little bit about recruiting across the country now and having to go and stretch out and where you're recruiting, and how the entire field of recruiting has changed dramatically. And so here's Sark's viewpoint on how you have to think now, because this is the new world of recruiting.
16 years ago or so, this thing called Twitter started. And I really think that around 2008, 2009, the landscape of recruiting started to shift. The ability to connect to players directly for coaches, for y'all that cover recruiting, dramatically changed. And then because of that connection, players are more apt to start to travel. I think after COVID, it accelerated it even more, that players were I can go somewhere, I can go see it, I want to go see it, because they spent a year there where they couldn't go anywhere. And so now you add in, we're talking about revenue sharing, publicity rights, things of that nature, NIL, and now people have resources to reach out, and so you can't take them all, right? And at the end of the day, we try to make really strategic decisions based on our roster. We think we've got a great roster this season. We think we've got a really good roster next year. But I also try to foresee, like I said, the forest through the trees of where these gaps and issues we might have coming down the pipe, and that's where we place our emphasis. We can't recruit them all, and I'd love to take every player in the state of Texas and say, come be a Longhorn. It wouldn't be feasible. But the reality of it is there's some really good players. We've got a great brand. It's a national brand right now. The exposure that our program's got in the last couple of years has been huge for us. And some of the best players in the country have a real interest in us. But again, we don't try to recruit all those either. I don't know how everybody does all that. I don't have the time nor the energy to do all those things. But what we do is, I think, narrow our pool down pretty good based off of the ability and then the person and the family, and are they a good fit for us, and then we recruit them to the best of our ability.
Some good stuff there, but from Sark yesterday there at the media breakout, talking about how everybody wants to get out, everybody wants to visit everywhere, and a lot of those limitations are lifted in recruiting. So now you've got to go everywhere. It's not quite the same thing. And I mean, NIL is a huge piece of that. He mentions in there. I remember Rod Babers, you talk about one of the reasons he went to Texas and he took Colorado off his list was because R.C. Slocum over at A&M said, do you want your mom and dad to be able to come see you play? And he said he did. He goes, he ain't going to be able to go to Colorado for all your games. And so he went there. That's not the same problem anymore. If you're getting a $1 million deal or $100,000 deal, you can afford hotels and plane flights to get people to come over and watch your game, and your parents can still come visit you and still come watch those games. So I think that there is something to be said about recruiting that, the limitations aren't the same. Maybe people do want to get out a little bit more. It doesn't feel so much as the rest of the world is scary anymore maybe, the rest of the country are like, I don't know, I talked to somebody from over there and I see this person. It's all kind of more open. So it makes sense that now people are much more willing to travel to different places. We do see people transfer back home quite a lot, especially when they're not getting playing time, that there is still some people that want to return back. But I think you have to go after those big names. And he's done really, really well getting them.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting how he was talking about that. Specifically the part about, I know what our roster is going to be this year, but I also try to project out what our holes are going to be next year. And what do you think the biggest hole on that roster is going to be next year, Patrick?
Hole in that roster next season. Maybe a linebacker. We're going to lose Anthony Hill.
Anthony Hill is going to be gone. So then what happens when, as soon, like you're talking about all this stuff?
Yeah.
By the way, Sark waited until after Tyler Atkinson committed to walk into the room. I just want to put that out. Like, it's I'm sure that was by design. But you talk about the national recruiting and projecting forward what your holes are going to be next year, and you just so happen to land the number one linebacker in the country and a guy that's being compared to Roquan Smith and a guy that can come in day one and be your starter after Anthony Hill leaves, if that's what you need him to do. He's doing everything that he's saying he's going to do, man. And he knows what's coming down the pipe. He's not just talking about 2026 either. He's talking about 2027, 2028. All of the guys that they have gotten commitments from this season so far are going to be major parts of what they're doing in 2026 and 2027. There's no question about it.
We saw last year went really heavy on safety, knowing that Makuba and then Michael Taft would both be gone. They went heavy on safety, and now Michael Taft came back, but they went heavy on it. And yeah, there's been places where he's gone heavy, going, all right, we're about to lose somebody. Let's go really try and get two big names. So a lot of these other positions we're going to fill with 3-4 star guys, and 4 stars are great. And we know recruiting can be the whole thing can be wrong. You can get really great players that are 3 stars and 4-star players. But if you can scout your guy right and get a high 4-star, 5-star guy and then develop that's how you get really amazing players like Anthony Hill, where the question got asked a lot. I didn't cut a lot of these out, but it's like, why are people overlooking Anthony Hill? And I think everyone's like, who's overlooking him? It's like, we've heard a couple times that maybe he wasn't ranked at where he needed to be or whatever, but you're like, at the same part, you go, media may be overranking him. I don't think any coaches are. I don't think there's a coach who's necessarily sitting around saying Anthony Hill is not this really, really good player. I mean, yesterday I saw a piece that they were talking about him being the best player overall in the SEC, that he's possibly that guy. So I get that there's some who may be underranking him, but I think a lot of people know who he is.
Yeah, when I heard that question a couple times, and my reaction was the same every time I heard it. It's like, who is not talking about Anthony Hill? I don't think that there's a single media person, a single coach, a single person who knows anything about college football who doesn't know who Anthony Hill is at this point. He's the best linebacker in college football. Nobody's underranking him.
No, I mean, like, we did see the disrespect before Oklahoma last year, and then Anthony Hill lit him up. If that wasn't enough for everyone to take notes and know where it is, I don't know what you got. I don't know what it would be.
Yeah. So, and speaking of which, I just want to touch on this briefly. The idea that you mentioned that like recruiting's not always right, and there's guys that slip through the cracks. I mean, the best linebacker arguably in NFL history at least over the last 25, 30 years is Patrick Willis. He was a 2-star recruit coming out of I think it was Batesville, Mississippi. And he ends up being one of the best linebackers in NFL history. So it's an inexact science, but obviously today they have a lot more resources to scout these players and talk to these players and all those different things. But he's doing a great job of filling every hole that they could possibly fill. You talked about the safeties last year with, expecting Michael Taft and Andrew Makuba to be gone. And so they bring in Jonah Williams and Zealous Hicks and a couple other guys. And then
Xavier Schultz, you mean last year or 2 years ago?
He was a freshman last year, I believe. Yes. So
another
him is, So, I mean, they've been prioritizing that position. Now they're prioritizing linebacker with Tyler Atkinson and Kosi Okpala. They're really emphasizing the defensive tackle position because they got all of these transfers in, but most of them, three of them at least, are going to be gone because they're seniors. So they got to restock that position. They got Justice Terry last year. They've got 5 guys committed to the position now.
Yeah.
And they're,
I think next year you're going to see them go heavy on edges again because Colin Simmons will be going. So I think you'll probably see next season them really trying to go get some big edges again.
I will just point out that Texas is trending very heavily for a 5-star edge right now.
There you go.
That they have not gotten a commitment yet from. So, that's something that they're looking at too, for sure.
No, I mean, they knew they were going to lose wide receivers. They went heavy on wide receivers, pulled in some 5-star wide receivers last year too. He's been doing a really good job about it. But it is now it's all right. We got to think 2-3 years in ahead. And you're going to miss on some, and some are going to take a little bit more time. So you can't always just go next season. We need these, so let's recruit them, because you're going to have that gap in between. But that's where you use the transfer portal. Once you get them on campus, do you see? Okay, maybe that guy's not going to be fully ready to go next season. So let's go get Emmett Mosley, because we have guys that we think in 2 years are going to be elite wide receivers, but they just need a little bit more time to pick it up, and then they'll be elite. So I think that there's all of that he's putting together. Let's take a quick break, Matt. When we come back, I want to hit your preseason media ballots. Go through that and let the people know who you picked and why you picked them. So we'll go through that. I've got some Arch Manning sound too, and if we have time, we'll go through some of these teams. If not, we'll push that till tomorrow in SEC Media Days, and we'll go through all the teams we have not hit. We can go through all the teams really in the SEC, because you were not here for Monday as well. So we did that with my man Steven from Fanatic Perspective. But if we want to go through all the teams tomorrow and Friday, and maybe make this as much of an SEC, and then maybe we'll get into a little NFL talk by the time we get to Friday. Shout out Jahdae Barron getting his contract done. Happy to see that today. That made me very happy, because I was very worried about that becoming a story, because camp is coming up for a lot of these teams, and I didn't want it to be a story. I want him to go to camp. I think he's going to be an amazing pro. He's an amazing kid, and you hate to see that kind of stuff get in the way. We know it's going to be a case for the second-round picks, but we'll get more into that as that becomes more of an issue as the week goes on. If see how many more second-round picks are going to hold out out of this, out of the camps that are starting up as rookies start to report this week. We'll get into that more as we get further into the week. But Jahdae Barron getting it done. Happy to see it. That made me happy today. Let's take our quick break. We'll come back and we'll get into it, Matt, with your SEC Football Awards preseason media ballot. I've got it in front of me. I know what Matt picked, and it's terrible picks across the board. We'll get into it. You can tell us what you think and what you would pick on the chat. It's available on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch and X. We love to have you on there. We'll get to any of your comments on there. If you want to get us on the text line, it is 512-222-9328. We'll get to that. All of that coming up here in just about 3 minutes right here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and relax the back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, rolling into hour 2 on the show. Here are a lot of SEC Media Days conversations still happening. Matt is back from Atlanta, but I'm Patrick Davis. If you don't know me, I've been around for a little bit here in the scene. And my man Matt Galatzan is with me as always here on Open Gym from Texas Longhorns on SI. Let's get into a little bit more Media Days talk and your Media Days ballot before we get to some Arch Manning sound. I want to make sure we have time to get this in, and then if we have some time, Arch Manning's answers are a lot shorter than Sark's. Sark is a more trained orator. He is he knows how to answer questions properly, where he does not feel like he is avoiding those questions, where Arch is a little bit younger, so he's just answering them quickly. It's pretty standard. Michael Taft is really the only guy that I remember giving really, really like media answers when he answers. He gives you a minute. And like, because I cut the audio, and I've cut the audio for years at different radio stations. And when you're cutting this audio, and normally you're like, it's an 8-second clip. Like most athletes, it's like 6 seconds. That's a whole answer. It's a decent answer, but it's 6 seconds. And then you cut Michael Taft stuff, and you're like, minute 20. Wow. All right. And give us an answer there, Taft. We played some Michael Taft sound for you yesterday. We played some Anthony Hill sound for you yesterday as well. Let's get to this awards, this preseason ballot that you put out. So tell the people a little bit about the preseason ballot and who's voting on it and kind of how this comes out. I don't know if it's been put out yet or if it gets put out. I haven't looked at what it's.
It'll be put out after Media Days is over. It's just, every media member that's there in attendance gets sent a ballot to pick their all SEC teams at the different positions. You also pick the finish order of the SEC, your SEC, and your SEC champion. So I just kind of went through that and made, gave it my best shot. Try to do a little bit better than that Phil Steele one we had the other day, which I feel like I did a pretty good job of. But yeah, I mean, we can go through it. I tried to pull it up on my phone and the link expired. So I'm glad that you saved it because I can't even access it from my own account anymore.
Oh, well, I haven't. I have it saved on my Google Drive. It's good to go. It is saved and ready to go.
I appreciate that.
Let's go with the beginning. The quarterback position. You had 3 entries for the quarterback position, and you put number 1, Lenoris Sellers, 2, Arch Manning, and 3, Garrett Nussmeier. Give us why those are the 3 and why some of these other names did not make it.
Well, I think Lenoris Sellers is the best quarterback in college football. I think he's going to have the most explosive offense in the SEC more than likely, just because of the absolute freaks of nature that they have on that offense. And he's so mobile. He's got a cannon. I think he's going to have just an absolutely tremendous year. So I waffled back and forth on whether or not I should put Arch up there, but I did put Arch at number 2. I think he's going to have a great first season as the starter. I think that he's going to be in position to compete for the Heisman Trophy. I don't know if he's going to get invited to New York or not, but I think he's going to make a lot of noise and put Texas in a great position. And then Garrett Nussmeier, I think he could, compete with Lenoris Sellers for the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. I think it's going to end up being Sellers, but they're going to throw the football so much, and he's going to put up so many stats that even if I don't think he's the 3rd best quarterback in the SEC, which I think I do, but I'm not sure. I think there's a couple guys in there you could talk about. it's really hard to keep him off the list just because of the sheer number of volume of yards and passes that he's going to throw for and all those things. So, yeah, I mean, I wanted to put a guy like John Mateer in there.
Yeah.
Or, DJ Lagway entered in my mind and a couple of other guys as well. But I think at the end of the day, those three guys are the most polished and ready to compete for a national title at the quarterback position in the SEC. And I think that they're just going to be the three best players.
Yeah, I do throw in, I think, the other two that you probably throw in are John Mateer and DJ Lagway, or those are the other names that are kind of in that conversation. It does feel like Lenore Sellers, the ball is going to be in his hands to make or break the South Carolina Gamecock season. It is in Lenore Sellers' hands. That's somewhat for Garrett Nussmeier as well. Arch Manning maybe will have more balance in there, as well as the DJ Lagway will probably have a little bit more balance. John Mateer, they're going to try and run the ball. They brought in Jay Knott to do that as well. But, I mean, we saw Mateer was winning over everybody at Media Days today. And we know that he's going to try and run the ball a little bit more as well. So the question is, how well does that offense translate to the SEC over there? Whereas we know what Lenore Sellers did, it worked in the SEC. We know what Garrett Nussmeier did, it worked in the SEC. Florida is more the question mark of, does it all come together? They've looked great at the end of last year, but, it's a new year. And is it going to translate into a new year? I think Arch Manning, we've seen the Texas success the last several years. You expect that success to continue onward on that. In the running back position, you have Nate Frazier, the running back from Georgia, up first. Le'Veon Moss from Texas A&M second. Jaden Ott from Oklahoma at third. C.J. Baxter coming in fourth. Jam Miller from Alabama, great name, Jam Miller from Alabama at 5, and Trey Wisner at 6. So you got two Longhorns on here. I get the thought process of it's hard to put Trey Wisner above of a lot of these other names that are very heralded backs that have a lot of promise in them. Because he's going to be in a running back share some with C.J. Baxter, and we just need to see C.J. Baxter healthy. C.J. Baxter could be the best back in this room, in this conference.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was kind of my thought process behind that is, Nate Frazier is going to be the guy at Georgia. They have other running backs, but he's going to be the guy. He's going to get the lion's share of the carries. Same with Le'Veon Moss. He's got Reuben Owens, but he's going to be the guy, assuming that he's healthy, and on down the list. With C.J. Baxter and Trey Wisner, I just think that that's going to be much more of a split share than any of these other guys have to deal with, in part because they're going to try to, let C.J. Baxter get comfortable as he enters the non-conference, and then by SEC play, it really starts to get ramped up. But I couldn't just up and leave. And when he does eventually get back on the field full time and no mental hurdles to cross or anything like that, I do think that he's going to have a tremendous season. And it's not me trying to underrate Trey Wisner or throw any shade at Trey Wisner. And there's no way I could leave him off of the list because he's the returning rusher in the SEC. So, it's more of a projection for what I think Baxter is capable of, which is why he's higher than Wisner.
Yeah. No, I agree. Look, Trey Wisner is we all love Trey Wisner. And it just comes down to the question of how many carries do you think he's going to get? And I think you're talking about him probably closer to the 9 to 11 range of carries in a lot of games, because you're going to try and force C.J. Baxter. You're going to try and, give a couple other guys in there. So I just don't know if he's going to get the amount of run required to be a guy where Jay Knott should probably be getting 25 carries a game. And so if you're talking about some of these guys, Le'Veon Moss, Jaden Mott, Nate Frazier should all be getting, even Jay Miller should be getting 25 carries a game. And so if all those guys are getting 25 and Trey's getting 12, I just, maybe he's not going to be the guy who gets postseason the accolades. And then it'll be a question of, does he stay for another year or not? And, if he stays for another year, who knows? Maybe he's the guy that year. And there's still a lot of questions. Trey Wisner, it's more of Trey Wisner does not necessarily have the elite skills and natural ability that a CJ Baxter was. And if CJ Baxter wasn't on this team, Trey Wisner moves up that list, doesn't he?
Oh,
But
absolutely.
You have a CJ Baxter who has elite skill sets. And so you talk about a guy who goes, Trey Wisner got to 1,000 yards while not being used at the beginning of the season very much and really having a huge impact. CJ Baxter could, put up really, really big numbers if he's used properly and stays healthy.
Yeah, and Texas ran the ball 35 times a game last year, roughly. I guess, it was between 35 and 40 times a game, I would imagine. They had 586 carries through 15 games. I'm not doing the math off the top of my head because the one thing I've learned from you, Patrick, is don't try to do math live on air.
Oh, do math live on air.
But they were a balanced offense. I think that, let's say Texas runs the ball 35 to 40 times a game again. I think that in an ideal world for Texas, CJ Baxter is getting 20 to 23 of those carries. Trey Wisner is probably getting 10 to 15 carries, and you throw a couple runs in there for Arch or whichever other running backs come into the fold, and just naturally by that split, Trey Wisner is not going to have as much of an impact as he did last year, assuming that Baxter is what we think it can return to form and be what we think he's capable of.
I'm with you. Wide receiver, Ryan Williams at number 1, and no big shock there. Ryan Wingo at number 2. Casey Concepcion from A&M at number 3. Cam Coleman from Auburn at 4. Kevin Coleman Jr. at Missouri is number 5. And Caden Lee at number 6. We know Ryan Williams. He's only 18 years old, Matt. So we know Ryan Williams. We know what he did last year. We expect him to have another great season. Ryan Wingo, again, we've talked about him a lot. Ryan Wingo he's built to be the number 1 wide receiver at Texas. And as everything we've seen looks like he's going to be able to be there, and just got a little off track last season from being super fast progression and getting out of his time to now having a full off season to come in. I have no reason to believe that he won't be great as well. And this is there's a ton of really good wide receivers in the SEC. Cam Coleman at 4 should tell you how many good wide receivers there are in the SEC.
Yeah, the only reason I don't have Cam Coleman at number 3 is because of who his quarterback is. I think Casey Concepcion
number 1, right? We know he's going to be.
I think Casey Concepcion, I don't know how you pronounce it. Apologies, but he's going to be the number 1 receiver for Texas A&M, and I think that Marcel Reed is going to take a step forward. So it's a bit of a projection for me with Casey there. Being ahead of a Cam Coleman and a Kevin Coleman. By the way, if you want to be a good wide receiver in the SEC, I guess make sure your last name is Coleman. And I really struggled too with leaving DeAndre Moore off the list because I do think that he's going to be a go-to guy for Texas, and he's going to have a lot of receptions. I just think that there's only going to be one true number 1 receiver. And I think that Ryan Wingo has that ability to be the dominant number 1 big play guy for Texas. And I think he has a really good connection with Arch. And then Caden Lee, he was so good last year for Ole Miss. And I think he's going to be even better this year with kind of the path being cleared for him with their other receivers going to the NFL. So I expect him to have a very big year in Oxford.
Tight end, again, Eli Stowers, no big shock there. He is the premier tight end in the SEC this year. Jack Endry's coming in at number 2 for you for Texas, and Daquan Wright, the tight end out of Ole Miss. This one's a little bit harder. Not a lot of tight end hype this season. I don't feel like there's a lot of teams really overhyping their tight end position. So it will be a bit more of this one I could see going a lot of different directions as the season goes on. We'll see who ends up being the guy.
Yeah, and I'm sure that there's somebody that I left off that could have been on there. Stowers is unquestionably, he might be the best tight end in college football, so he's unquestionably there at number 1. I expect Jack Endrys to have a big year, maybe not a Gunnar Helm type year, but something in the mold of Gunnar Helm. And then Daquan Wright at Ole Miss was so huge for them last year, especially down the stretch. And I think that Austin Simmons has a good connection with him and is going to be able to find him a lot. It's a very difficult position to project because there are a lot of good tight ends in the SEC. There's only one truly great one in Eli Stowers. So it's kind of a mismatch of who has the best quarterbacks. who likes to feature their tight ends the most. I know Ole Miss loves using their tight ends. I know Sark loves using his tight ends. So that's kind of why I made those two picks.
Let's go into the offensive guard and tackle. You had Caden Proctor from Alabama as number 1. No big surprise there. Armaj Reed-Adams at Texas A&M at 2. Trey Zune, Texas A&M at 3. Ernest Green at Georgia. Then Trevor Gooseby at Texas. Caden Green from Missouri. Tyree Adams from LSU. And DJ Campbell for Texas. You got a little bit more love there for Trevor Gooseby than DJ Campbell. I know we think Gooseby's going to be good.
Yeah, I think that the left tackle position is just more of a naturally valuable position than offensive guard. And everything that I've heard about Trevor Gooseby since the start of spring football and going through into the point we are now in the summer is that if he keeps progressing at the rate that he's progressing, he's going to be a first-round NFL draft pick.
Yeah.
Like, there's no question about it. His athletic ability, his strength, the way that he just moves, his quickness and his agility and all the different things. And he's such a smart football player. I really do think he's going to be a first round pick whenever he comes out in the NFL draft. And I really like DJ Campbell. I think he's a mean, nasty, athletic freak, but just being a guard, it's a little bit less valuable of a position. And he has not put together an All-American type season yet. I think he's going to have his best year yet, but I'm still kind of waiting to see what that ceiling is.
I like it. Center. You have Jake Slaughter from Florida, who is thought of to be the number 1 center in this SEC, maybe center, one of the top in the country. Parker Brailsford out of Alabama at 2, and Drew Bobo at Georgia at 3rd. Those schools are recruiting some good offensive lines. It's pretty easy to just go, let's look at the schools who constantly recruit the best offensive lines. And then Jake Slaughter has been thought of as highly as one of the top centers in the country.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me for that position, it was really Jake Slaughter and everybody else.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of trying to pick a couple guys that I knew were pretty good football players. And I don't think that Texas, I like Cole Hudson. I don't think that he's at the level of these guys. I like, what Texas A&M has at center. I like what a couple of these other schools have, but it's Jake Slaughter up here. And then the second tier is pretty far below. So.
Yeah. Over on the defensive line, started off easy answer. Colin Simmons is number 1. Dylan Stewart from South Carolina is 2. Keldrick Falk, the lineman out of Auburn, is 3. Xavion Harris, the lineman from Ole Miss. Then Cassius Howell from Texas A&M. LT Overton from Alabama. Christian Miller from Georgia, and Tim Keenan III from Alabama is number 8 on your list. Some fun names in there. Xavion, it's spelled Zxavian. So I'm going to go with Xavion. I'm going to assume that both of those letters kind of make a Z sound. So I'm going to go with it. And Cassius. I like that name too. Cassius as well.
Yeah.
Cassius spelled Cashius. I'm a fan of both those names.
Yeah, I think Colin Simmons is the best edge rusher in college football.
Yeah.
So he deserves to be number 1. Dylan Stewart, right there with them at South Carolina. Keldrick Falk, right there. They're all 3 extremely elite. Xavion Harris is a little bit more of a projection for me over a guy like Christian, like Miller, and like the Alabama guy who I don't know how I'm forgetting his name already. Anyway, the other 3 guys below that, Cassius Howell,
LT Overton.
LT Overton. I like all of these players a lot. I just think Xavion Harris is going to take a big step forward this year, and he was pretty productive last year. And now, with Princely Uamami-Ellen, I can't believe I just pronounced that correctly on my first try. With him gone and the other guys they lost at that position, I think it's pretty easy to assume that he's going to take a big step forward and be a big part of that defense. So, a lot of good edge rushers in the SEC. This was probably the hardest prediction for me to pick after the top 3 guys.
And I'll tell you, Kirby Smart is not happy coming in 7th on this list. It's not a Kirby Smart list. Kirby's gonna go, no, give us 3 in the top 8, please. Linebacker, again, a kind of a no-brainer there. And Kirby's been known for some good defensive ends.
I think that most people would probably have him higher on their list. So I'll fully admit that, but I'm waiting to see what Georgia does without Jalen Walker and without McCall Williams. I know they got talented players, but I just want to see which one of them is actually going to step up.
All right, going through Matt Galatzan's SEC preseason list he made there from SEC Media Days. Linebacker, no real surprise there. Anthony Hill coming in at number 1. He has to. It's Anthony Hill. He's been a beast. We talked about him people not catching up with him. Torian York from A&M, it's number 2. CJ Allen from Georgia at number 3. Centurine Perkins from Ole Miss at 4. Whit Weeks from LSU at 5, and Harold Perkins from LSU at 6. LSU's got that linebackers trying to get that defense right. But yeah, once again, Anthony Hill's kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah, Anthony Hill's a no-brainer. Torian York's a no-brainer. CJ Allen's a no-brainer. Perkins is a no-brainer. And Whit Weeks is a no-brainer. Like, all 5 of those guys are extremely awesome football players who are going to have very good NFL careers after they're done with college. Harold Perkins has been very inconsistent over the last couple of years. There's times when he looks like he could be the best player in college football, and there's times when he looks like he doesn't know what he's doing. And I think he's had some injuries, I believe, but what Whit Weeks said about him at SEC Media Days this week was something that I was like, okay, I have to have him on the list, because if he does put it together this year like everybody expects him to, he is going to absolutely explode onto the scene. I mean, this is a guy that Texas, I know, really, really wanted, and A&M really, really wanted as well. But Whit Weeks said that he is the most physically gifted football player athletically that he has ever seen in his life. So if that guy can get the production to match the athletic gifts, then I think the sky's the limit for him. And he could end up, if he puts it all together, he could be higher on this list by the end of the season.
No, and I mean, I'll go with you. That's kind of the LSU story right now is, does the second year in this defense, do multiple guys figure it out? Because last year they clearly did not. And that's kind of the entire LSU season in a nutshell now is, do guys like this, do guys step up, and all of a sudden guys that maybe were down last year come back to their form, and all of a sudden it's over? Because LSU's defense, they have the talent, but a lot of guys were kind of recruited for a different defense. And so it's not necessarily their forte, and they're having to, learn on the fly, and they've stayed to fight it out, but haven't had the same luck.
In retrospect, now that I'm hearing my list, I probably should have put an Alabama player in there. And I feel like I'm going to regret not putting an Alabama player in there because they have incredible linebackers like Quay Rousseau and a couple other guys. But Harold Perkins is just too juicy of a prospect to leave off of that board for me.
I love it. Let's go over to the DB room. You have KJ Bolden at number 1 from Georgia, Damani Jackson from Alabama at number 2, Will Lee from Texas A&M at number 3, Jermod McCoy from Tennessee at 4, Michael Taft coming in at 6, and Manny Muhammad coming in at 7, followed by Dalen Everett Manny Muhammad at 6, Dalen Everett at 7 from Georgia, and Keon Saab from Alabama at 8.
I meant to put Michael Taft higher on the list. I will admit that right off the bat. It was
you were looking at DBs, and then you went safeties. I'll put Michael Taft at 1.
Well, KJ Bolden's a safety, so he's. I meant to put Michael Taft number 2, but I still think he's the second best safety in college football behind Ohio State, Caleb Downs. But I just think KJ Bolden's going to have an awesome year for Georgia, and it's kind of a projection. I meant to put Michael Taft number 2. I don't know how he ended up at number 6. So that's just my fat fingers. So if you readjust the list, then he's at number 2, and then the rest of the guys.
So if he's not first team now, I blame you.
The one out of 1,000 votes is the one that changed the outcome.
I'm telling Michael Taft, we're telling him who came up short. But yeah, Michael Taft, Manny Muhammad, both on that list for you. That having 2 guys on the same team. Alabama also has Damani Jackson and Keon Saab. Going to be some good secondaries out there in the SEC. We know Nick Saban always did well with the secondary. He was a DB back in the day. A little bit different how they played back then, but Nick Saban was a DB, so he always tried to have good recruits. You still have some of that recruiting coming back from Nick Saban, who was always bringing those guys in. We'll get to our special teams now. You gave Mason Shipley the full push on the place kicker. I'm guessing this is because you don't have a lot of traction on everything that's out there. Maybe he's going to be great.
Mason Shipley's the only kicker in the SEC whose name that I know off the top of my head, so that's why I picked him.
Randy Bond is number 2, and Tate Sandell
and Randy Bond,
from Oklahoma is number 3 on the place kickers. Punters, you have Brett Thorson, number 1 from Georgia, Tyler White from A&M, number 2, and Jack Baumeister, I still trying to figure out that name, from Texas. As we continue on to the return specialist, Barian Brown from LSU is number 1. Zachariah Branch from Georgia is number 2. And Kevin Coleman Jr. from Missouri is number 3. Hard to pick Texas because we don't know who the return specialist is going to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Barian Brown is the best return man in college football. He's one of the fastest players in college football, so that's why he was my pick there for number 1. And then, specialists in general are so hard to project.
Yes, I agree.
Because it's so dependent on the other parts of your football team, like how many opportunities they're going to have. So it is what it is.
For all purpose, you have Zachariah Branch from Georgia, number 1. DeAndre Moore slipping in there, an all purpose, can do it all guy at number 2. And Terry Bussey at
Bussey.
Taylor Bussey. We're going to call him Bussey from Texas A&M at number 3.
Yeah, I mean, Terry Bussey's he played wide receiver and running back for Texas A&M last year. He was in the return game, so that just screams utility player. What do they call it again? Is it utility? All purpose? Yeah, he screams all purpose. And who are the other 2 guys again?
Zachariah Branch from Georgia and DeAndre Moore from Texas.
Yeah, DeAndre Moore at number 2. I think he's probably going to end up being your kind of default punt return guy, just off the top of my head. Yeah. He already returned kicks last year. He's sure-handed, and he's obviously going to get a lot of run at wide receiver. And then Zachariah Branch might be the most explosive offensive player in college football with the ball in his hands. We saw what he did with USC as a true freshman, and at Georgia. I think he's going to get coached up a lot better, and I think that if you look for a thing in the Texas Georgia game that is going to be like kind of an underrated factor in who's decided the winner of that football game, look at Zachariah Branch, because he has anytime the ball touches his hands, he could score a touchdown. So, and he's going to be in the return game, and he's going to be in the a major part of the passing game, and they're going to do a lot of reverses and just any type of thing to get the ball into his hands that they possibly can. So that's why he was my number 1 there.
You have for kickoff specialist, Will Stone getting a little love for Texas, Peyton Wooding from Georgia, and Devin Bale from Arkansas as your kickoff specialist. Long snapper, Lance St. Louis, great name, from Texas, Carter Short from Ole Miss, and Reed Hughes from Auburn. And then we'll get to the last piece of this, the predicted order of finish. You go Texas, Georgia, Bama, no big surprise there. That is the thought for a lot of people. LSU, South Carolina, A&M, Ole Miss, Florida, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Vanderbilt, Missouri, Auburn, Arkansas, Kentucky, and Mississippi State down the list. I'm surprised you put Ole Miss that low. I thought you'd boost your own your.
Yeah, I just I really think highly of those top 6 teams. Like, I think all 6 of those teams could compete for a college football playoff spot. I think Ole Miss is kind of the team that's on the outside of that group looking in, that maybe they could do it, but I think there's just too much in front of them to make it happen. And then, Florida and Oklahoma, I think, are just going to be kind of the middle of the road, good teams, but not like college football playoff contending teams. And then it's just the rest of the conference. I think Auburn's, down there with, Vanderbilt and maybe, another team in there. And then there's the bottom 3, which are just, they're all going to be bad teams.
Yeah, no, I'm still thrown off. This is, again, when you talk about the strength of the SEC, and we saw it come out today that another report that the Big Ten they will not shift. They either want 4 automatic qualifiers or a 9th conference game from the SEC. And what we see so far in media days is we're not playing a 9th conference game. It's not happening. None of us want to do it. Not one of us want to do it. And we all know it's BS for y'all to ask us to do it, because our 10th team on this list is Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
A team that was almost that was right there last year. It was right there.
Yeah, they were in the playoff last year.
They were a team in the playoff last year. And yes, I know they had to switch their quarterback, but they were a team that was competing last year in the race for a national championship. And that's 10th coming up this year and on your list. And you're like, you can't even pretend to have that kind of depth. You just can't. Like the Big Ten can go, well, we can get to like 5 or 6 if you really push it. You really push it. All of our teams, if all of them were as best as they've ever been, then we got 6.
Yeah, and if you took Auburn out of the SEC and you put them in the Big Ten, they finish 4th or 5th.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And they're like 10th or 11th in this.
Does Hugh Freeze, is there good golfing in Big Ten country though? That's the important.
Yeah, there is actually.
Okay.
There's a lot of good golf in Wisconsin and Minnesota, I know for sure, and I think in Ohio as well.
No, and Joe, I'm with you. I'm on board now. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Keep fighting for it. Let's keep 12 teams. Let's keep 12. I'm fine with 12. Like I think it should be 8. I'm on the record. I think it should be 8 teams. So I'm fine. 12 is better than 16. Any format, 12 is better than 16. So 5 plus, because they're also like, we need the automatic qualifiers to go to 16. Well, why don't we stay at 5 plus 7 then? So you just don't want to do 5 plus 11 and add those 4 other teams. But right now we're at 5 plus 7.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get the logic of it, of why they wouldn't just go to that and then say, let's revisit this down the road. I guess they think it'll never come back up. But again, 8 is the number I think. I think at 8, you have a chance every 8 to 10 years to have someone come from the bottom and surprise everybody. But at 16, I'd never see anybody coming up from when I'll say that I think Lenore Sellers can push a team pretty far. I think he win 2 or 3 games, but I don't think he wins a national championship. So if South Carolina drops a few games, they come in, they're, the 12 seed. I don't see them still winning a national championship, having to play every week, but I still think they can push it a little bit further.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I want to be very clear about this. Because I'm very strong in my opinion of why the Big Ten is doing this. The only reason, and this is just my opinion, but the only reason they are not backing down is because they don't want to look like they got backed down by the SEC.
Oh, 100%.
They don't want to look like they got pushed around. Because
no,
they know that the SEC, even though that the Big Ten has won the last 2 national championships, they know that the SEC carries the biggest stick. So they're trying to fight for their voice in the college football playoff negotiations. And that's the only reason they're not going to back down and change their minds, because they don't want that.
No, I think that it's, they know they're closer to the ACC than the SEC if they back down, and they do not want to be closer. Now they're still above the ACC. I'm not trying to say they're not above them, but they're close. They're inching the wrong direction if they let that happen. And so I think they're doubling, tripling down. They've all gotten their room, and it's, the problem with this country overall, let's get on a soapbox, is people hanging around too many like-minded people too often and not having new ideas and getting, the smell of yours doesn't, I like the smell of my own. That all happens too often, where people don't have real conversations and don't read anything other than their own hype talk for whatever it is. And then, well, no, my city's the best. How many cities have you visited? Mine. Well, then how do you know your city's the best? You can't. And I think the Big Ten coaches and everybody got together and they sat around and they go, they don't know how hard it is. You got to go to Purdue? Yeah, to Purdue? And you're like, no, man, I get it. But just looking from outside of it, we're not saying, we know going to Kentucky is difficult. I'm not putting that as part of my argument why the SEC is better than the Big Ten, because I don't need to. It's just already true. Let's take our second break. We'll come back, get to our meathead of the day. I guess we're saving more arch talk and all of that for tomorrow. But let's hit this last break and then roll into our meathead of the day here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area.
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, another SEC Media's Day show rolls right through a little bit. Don't have to, it's just too much to talk about right now. It's a good thing. Enjoying it. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan here, weekdays 4 to 6 on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Let's get to our meathead of the day where we showcase some good things. Let's see what I have. I've already forgotten what I have. You know what? Let's start with the best clip of the week so far from SEC Media Days.
Oh, yeah.
This is still the best.
Great to see you.
I'll play it again real quick. I want you to listen how high the "Hi, how are you" starts when he walks by.
How are you? Great to see you.
How are you? So high. And then the most awkward guy in the room. I love it. By the way, the amount of times I have seen people go on this show and go, "You don't hate me, right?" to Paul Final this week. Like, maybe it's you, Paul. Maybe it's you. If every single person on your show is like, "Yeah, it seems like you hate me." I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even my buddy Brooks said at the end of his interview, was like, "You like me, Paul, right?" Like, he's just got that kind of personality. But then when Arch Manning shows up, he's like, "Oh, it's Arch. I got to shake his hand." And he's been in this business for how many years?
Oh, I don't know, but you missed today, and we'll have to pull this somewhere. John Mateer is trying to steal the love of Paul Feinbaum. This is the new shots fired in the Oklahoma-Texas rivalry. The Red River rivalry is starting. John Mateer went up to go specifically shake Paul Feinbaum's hand and talk to him for a minute to try and be like, no, I'm the quarterback that you need to love in the SEC. So I just love it because it is such a dumb thing, but I appreciate John Mateer made fans today of his talking around. But yes, that was him apparently going to try and get a little bit of the skewed talk back to Oklahoma.
I mean, what really boggles my mind about this whole Arch clip too is that when Paul Feinbaum talks to anybody, whether it's Lane Kiffin or Kirby Smart or Sark or whoever, it's always like, "And I'm Paul Feinbaum, and I'm, the voice of this room, and I'm going to carry this conversation." And then when his little fanboy, his little idol Arch walks by.
I sent you yesterday the text. I said, "I remember my first crush."
Yeah,
That's
like,
what it looks like.
His new football crush walks by. He's like, "Oh, hi, Arch." It's like the complete shift from him. There is just like, I don't know why he's so starstruck. It's beyond me.
All right, let's play one more video for you real quick. Maybe the worst Mount Rushmore finish I've ever heard in my life. Max Crosby asking Shedeur Sanders for his Mount Rushmore of all time quarterback wide receiver duos. Shedeur Sanders F- on his list.
Rushmore of quarterback and wide receiver duos all time.
So Tom and Gronk, of course, but he's a tight end.
I like that.
So Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, Chris Olave and Derek Carr.
That's a curveball. I was not expecting that, but I like it.
Whoever going to be the quarterback for DK Metcalf and George Pickens, whoever that is.
For sure. I love it.
So I don't know if this is a little bit older and George Pickens was still on the Steelers or if he does not catch that, but the mention of Derek Carr and Chris Olave.
Yeah, that's really bad, man. you're like, we're talking all time, right?
All time. First of all, he starts it with a tight end. He does not.
So you're leaving out, just in the last few years, mind you, you're leaving out like Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp, who had the best wide receiver quarterback season in like ever almost.
Oh,
you're
also
leaving out
leave
names
off, like Joe Montana, Steve Young, and Jerry Rice. Either one of those quarterbacks and Jerry Rice probably is the right answer.
Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin, all these different
and if you want to go even short term, let's go Tom Brady and Randy Moss. If you want to throw Tom Brady in there, Tom Brady, Randy Moss was incredible when it happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, dude, Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb is a better combo all time than Chris Olave and Derek Carr.
Chris Olave would tell you that's not true. He would
Derek Carr would tell you that's not true too.
Chris Olave would walk around and go, "Hey, the reality is we wanted him gone. We didn't like him. I like Derek Carr, but he threw hospital balls. That's not what wide receivers want." All right, we got to get out of here. We're past our time. We'll get back into it tomorrow. We'll play some of that Arch sound I've pulled. We'll get into all the other teams in the media days and break down all of Arkansas and A&M. I'm sure it's going to be super fun at media days tomorrow. We'll get into it tomorrow. But until then, be kind, be safe, eat a hot dog. It's National Hot Dog Day. And we'll see you tomorrow here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.